People can please take their seats. We're going to get the meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. Please take your seats so we can start the meeting. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call tonight's meeting to order. We have somebody who is going to give us our land acknowledgement tonight, our city clerk.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and Gabrielino Kizh peoples.
Thank you. And now we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance from Wyatt Mahalski. Wyatt, are you here? Yay. Come on up. Please all rise so we can do the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job. And now, City Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Byers. Present. Councilmember Erickson.
Present.
Councilmember Meister. Here. Vice Mayor Hang.
Here.
Mayor Hellman.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And we did not have a closed session, so there is no report on the closed session tonight. Now we'll turn to the approval of the agenda, and I believe the city clerk has one potential change.
Yes, so potentially item B12, which is the update on Smart Public Restroom Pilot Program, that staff wanted that to be an unfinished business item rather than a consent calendar item, if the council wishes to move it to unfinished business.
So let me ask, do we want that on unfinished business, or are we comfortable leaving it on consent? Okay, so there's some discussion on that. So B12 will be moved to unfinished business as...
Do you want to do it as item F1?
Sure.
And we'll just move everything else down if
Okay.
it stays.
Any other changes from staff?
No, I was going to say there was no closed session, but we already passed that part, so we're fine.
Okay. So let's see if I have any proposed changes from my colleagues. Anyone?
Yep.
Yes, Councilmember Erickson, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. All right, I'll start in the back so the city clerk can follow along. Is there any momentum to move F8, the offsite signage study for music venues? Great.
Yeah, I think, okay.
Wonderful. The Friends of the West Hollywood Gala event, F5, sorry, Madam City Clerk.
Any objection to moving that to consent? Hearing none, we'll move that to consent.
F4, the co-sponsorship of the June L. Mazur Lesbian Archives event.
Good. That'll be moved to consent.
Wonderful. I'll keep going if it's okay, Mr. Mayor. F2, the consideration of the 2026 wastewater master plan.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to try one more, if I may. F1, the agreement between the City of Walnut and the City of West Hollywood for the exchange of proposition funds. Proposition A funds, sorry.
Yes. Any objection to that? We always move those to the consent calendar, and maybe we need to look at our policies for consent calendar items so that that automatically goes to consent without us having to do that in the future.
Yes, thank you. The city attorney and I, along with the city manager, will talk about updating that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Great. Any other changes?
No, I won't try my own today.
Okay,
Thank you very much,
let's
Mr.
see if
Mayor.
anyone else has any potential changes to the agenda.
Can we move F7, Mayor?
F7. 7.
The roadside memorial sign.
I have questions about that, sorry. Okay, there was one other item I thought we might be able to move to consent. The ice skating rink report, you have questions? Okay, we can hold it. Anything else? WeHo Pride planning update?
I think that needs direction.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. All right, so I think we've done everything we can. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? There's a motion and a second, and we can...
And for members of the public, we are moving items F1, F2, F4, F5, and F8 to the consent calendar. So if you signed up to speak on any of those items, we will automatically move you to the first public comment period. And now we will start voting.
Mayor?
Yes, sorry.
I would like to note my no vote on items B6 and B7.
Yes. Did you get that, Melissa? Yeah, okay. All right, we have an agenda approved. Wonderful. Now, do any of my colleagues have any Levine Act disclosures? Seeing none, we can now move on to adjournment motions, and I believe Vice Mayor Hang has an adjournment motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I would like to request that we adjourn in memory of Shawnee Marie Alardi, lovingly known to many as Shawnee, a beloved presence in the West Hollywood community and along the Sunset Strip, who passed away on January 8th of this year. Born in Hayward and raised largely in Manteca, California, Shawn was one of 9 siblings and grew into a woman whose warmth, spirit, and unmistakable presence left a lasting impression on everyone she met. She graduated from the University of the Pacific in Stockton with a double major in English and theater, and she carried that love of creativity and performance throughout her life, appearing in numerous college and community theater productions after moving to Southern California. Before finding her true calling in hospitality, Shawn built a successful career in corporate America. She later became a driving force in the hospitality scene on the west side of Los Angeles, owning and operating the Garter and helping open Beechwood in Venice, where she helped shape what would become a vibrant and growing nightlife community. She eventually brought that leadership and experience to West Hollywood, where she was critically important in helping open the Den on Sunset in 2009 and went on to play a defining role in shaping the culture, leadership, and energy of the restaurant, helping create a place where people felt welcomed, valued, and connected. At home in West Hollywood, she loved her neighborhood, her neighbors, and her beloved dogs, Kingston and Franklin. Above all, Shawnee loved her family. She shared a particularly special bond with her grandmother, Ruthie, and with her brother, Rome, both of whom meant the world to her. Shawn Marie Alardi touched an extraordinary number of lives. Her kindness, strength, and the community she created around her will continue to live on through the many people she inspired. And for so many here in West Hollywood, the Sunset Strip will always carry a little bit of Shawnee's light. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll adjourn without objection. I'd also request that we adjourn in memory of Barbara Hamaker. I was informed recently that Barbara passed away. She was a former city planning commissioner, a former city council candidate. She will be remembered for her decades-long advocacy for affordable housing, with her work with the West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation, as well as her work as a community activist and civic leader for more than 30 years. In 2015, she was honored for her contributions to the community at the 20th Anniversary Women in Leadership Awards. We extend our deepest condolences to all who knew and were inspired by Barbara's work. And now we have, are there other adjournment requests? No. We do have a couple of presentations first, I would like to invite back up Wyatt Michalski, who led us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have a certificate of recognition for him. He's joined by his family, and they can join us if they would like, but we're all going to come down and present him and take a photo with Wyatt. Thank you, Wyatt. Thank you, Wyatt, and his brother led us in the pledge 2 years ago, so thank you to the family. Thank you for being here tonight. We have another proclamation tonight for Joe Alexander, and the Vice Mayor and I are going to do this together. This is a very, very special treat. We would like to honor Joseph Alexander, 103-year-old Holocaust survivor, whose courage, resilience, and lifelong commitment to education and remembrance continue to inspire people of all ages. I met Joseph many years ago, and I believe the Vice Mayor recently met him as well.
I met Joseph in December through Rabbi Norbert at Hollywood Temple Beth El, and I was immediately touched and inspired by Joseph's story. At this time, I would like to present a proclamation to Joseph, which reads,
Whereas the City of West Hollywood recognizes the extraordinary life story and legacy of Joseph Alexander, whose testimony stands as a powerful reminder of the importance of remembrance, resilience, and education. Whereas Joseph Alexander, a 103-year-old Holocaust survivor born in Poland in 1922, endured imprisonment in 12 Nazi concentration camps during World War II and survived the Nazi occupation of Poland and the Warsaw Ghetto before being liberated by American troops in 1945.
Whereas after immigrating to the United States in 1949, Alexander built a life in Los Angeles, raising a family while devoting himself to sharing his personal testimony and ensuring that future generations understand the Holocaust and the enduring importance of confronting hatred, intolerance, and prejudice. And whereas, even at more than 100 years of age, Alexander continues to travel and speak to students, community groups, and audiences, keeping alive the memory of the millions of Jews and millions of others who perished during the Holocaust.
So whereas after, I think I lost my place. Whereas Joseph Alexander's lifelong dedication to Holocaust education and remembrance inspires communities to reject anti-Semitism and bigotry, and fostering empathy, understanding, and compassion across diverse populations, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby recognizes and honors Joseph Alexander for his extraordinary life, his enduring contributions, and extends its deepest gratitude and appreciation for his continued efforts to educate and inspire future generations. And we would like to invite Joseph up to the dais to accept a proclamation. Yes, and I believe the rabbi is going to join us and his family as well. So if my colleagues could join me.
very, very briefly, because that's unusual for rabbis, I know. But face this. Oh my gosh, yes. So, come, Joe. Let's see you. Yes, very briefly. We talked about how you go around teaching youth about tolerance and the end of hatred. But there's one other thing. As I was thinking of today, a few years ago, we had a ceremony where a young lady presented a special cover for the Torah scroll in your honor. And she had grown up, family background issues, serious health issues. From her perspective, life was very bad. And then she heard you speak about what you went through, and she said it turned her around. She said, if you went through all that you went through and you got up the next day and started life again, I can do it also. And it turned her around. That was the big testimony. So what you've been doing to children is, to our young adults, saying, life can be tough, but you get up the next day and you go every day. Baruch Hashem, as we say, thank God to you. And so, more power to you, yashar koach, more strength to you. Keep on talking to kids, and we keep your own legacy alive for generations to come.
Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you very much. Excuse me. I would speak up. It's a big honor for me to be here tonight, to meet all of you. And I hope everything is going to be a good peace in the world. Yeah. No more wars. So everybody should live in harmony together. So that's all I'm asking for. So thank you everybody for being here and give me the honor to speak a few words. So thank you very much. And now I'll see you around. Yeah.
Thank you for the honor of being here tonight. We really appreciate it. It is an honor that you're here with us tonight. Councilmember Meister, you have a proclamation as well.
I do. Thank you so much, Mayor. Since 1993, the month of March has been recognized as Endometriosis Awareness Month, a time to promote the need for further awareness, education, and research on its related health disorders that affect 1 in 10 women and girls from the onset of menstruation through postmenopause. Endometriosis is a complex hormonal and immune chronic disease causing multiple symptoms, including debilitating pain, infertility, and excessive menstrual bleeding that can lead to anemia, and a host of other problems which disrupt the lives of an estimated 200 million women and girls worldwide. There is no known cure for this disease, and treatments are often problematic, and lack of knowledge of the disease combined with stigma causes an average delay of 10 years from the onset of symptoms to diagnosis, and further delays accessing treatment. Endometriosis affects women of all races, ethnicities, socioeconomic groups, and ages. However, over 63% of primary care physicians feel uncomfortable diagnosing it, and 50% are unable to cite 3 main symptoms. In 2025, to raise awareness about the impacts of endometriosis, the city hosted a screening of the award-winning documentary film Below the Belt and endorsed the Think Endo Impact campaign, which educates healthcare professionals about the disease so those affected are diagnosed sooner and get much-needed care and the support that they deserve. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby proclaims the month of March 2026 as Endometriosis Endometriosis Awareness Month in the city of West Hollywood and urges members of the community to increase awareness and learn the symptoms of the disease. At this time, I'd like to invite members of the city's Women's Advisory Board in attendance up to the dais for a photo and to accept the proclamation. And hopefully I can get that word out.
I'm going to speak quickly on it only because Councilmember Meister did such a good job giving the history and what it is. It's basically when it's not uterine tissues, but something similar grows on the outside of your uterus. And every month when women and people born as women have their periods, it doesn't shed and it causes extreme pain. I have had friends who've had this, and their periods are usually very long, 5 to 7 days out of the month. So 1/4 of your month, basically. They are basically bedridden. It often gets written off as IBS or just normal. And like you said there, it takes 7 to 10 years to get diagnosed. There isn't much research on this, and the reason we are bringing awareness to it is because if more people knew how many people suffered because of this, then maybe they will start doing more research. And in a time when research is getting, kind of cut away, I know this city always stands behind women and makes huge strides forward. So that's why I wanted to say something really quick on behalf of my friends who have had to get hysterectomies and so many surgeries and have really suffered, and honestly, there's no cure. So they're just powering through. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final recognition tonight, when I was sworn in as mayor earlier this year, I announced that I was going to be donating my salary, my mayoral salary this year, to various organizations that serve the community. And tonight I'm making a donation, and I want us to recognize an organization that has served our community almost from the beginning in 1984, and that is Jewish Family Service of Los Angeles. And if you're not aware of JFS, or Jewish Family Service, it traces its roots back to 1854. So for over 165 years, the organization has been serving the community, from providing food, housing, immigration support during the Depression, to offering a comprehensive network of social services. It has earned a reputation for excellence in serving children, serving families, certainly serving older adults and individuals of all backgrounds with dignity, compassion, and care. JFS provides the following comprehensive programs: mental health and counseling, support for older adults and persons living with disabilities, food security, domestic violence services, community resources and support. And if you're not aware, JFS actually operates our senior center in Plummer Park, and they have been doing so for many, many years. On behalf of the City Council, I want to recognize JFS for its unwavering dedication to supporting our community and thank it for all of the work that it has been doing. And I want to thank all of the people involved with JFS. And we know many of them because they're regular parts of our community and often appear at community forums and events. Tonight we are joined by Eli Weitzer, President and CEO of Jewish Family Service of Los Angeles, and I want to invite him up to the dais so we can present him with a proclamation and thank him for all of his work. I believe Eli is here. Ah, he's not here yet. Okay. So he's not here yet. We will do this later if he arrives. There's no one else representing him here tonight, correct? Well, we will make sure that they get this, or we will present it when he arrives later. But I would also want to encourage everyone to support JFS and thank them for their incredible work. And it's very easy to donate and support the work that they do. I encourage everyone to do so. All right, that completes our presentations for tonight. We'll now move on to the next item of our agenda, and we will turn to public comment. And how many comments, how many speakers do we have in chambers, and how many on Zoom tonight?
We have 17 speakers in chambers, and we don't have anyone in Zoom this evening.
Okay, this is set aside for people to speak on agenda items that are on our consent calendar and to address the council on matters of general concern. We cannot take action on anything that is not on the agenda. Let's see how many we can get through in this first round. Our first speaker is Tom DeVille, to be followed by Kim Paulson.
Tom DeMille, West Hollywood. Congratulations, sir. Thank you very much. I want to talk about the homeless. Who actually takes responsibility for that? I remember, I have a different view of this whole thing because I've run for city council 4 times over the last 25 years, whatever that is. And so what people really wanted me to do was make sure that the sidewalks were fixed and that the homeless weren't left on the sidewalks, laying on the sidewalks. And they're left to lay on the sidewalks in front of a Bank of America, you name it. There's one that lays at the end of Palm Avenue during rush hour traffic. No matter what we do in our city, this guy alone is letting everybody on the West Side know what a crappy job West Hollywood's doing. Every single morning he's there, all right? So there are plenty of places to sleep. I believe that the city council should have like an emergency order stating that there's no sleeping or laying down on the sidewalks in this district. You can do it anywhere you want, but not in this district, and it should be passed tonight. You should get together, whatever you have to do, and it should pass tonight, because this is an emergency. If you don't do this tonight, then the next 4 days it's gonna be 100 degrees, 120 on the sidewalk. I mean, is that what you want? I mean, that's not right either. We're all human beings, aren't we? I mean, that's the first thing that I would do, is save the people on the street first if I was elected, when I'm elected. I mean, you guys, you forget there's a reason why people voted for you, They voted for you because they thought you'd get things done, but nothing's changed. The sidewalks are abysmal, abysmal. You guys walk, you can step over crap. I can't. I'm sore by the end of one little bike ride. I'd like to be more positive, but you've shown me no respect at all, so you don't get it back, sorry.
Tom, your time is up. Kim Paulson is our next speaker, to be followed by Terry Hill.
Is this live?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my name is Kim Paulson.
Wait, 1 second, sir. Let me get out of the way. Thank you.
Yeah, but you're
Thank you.
taking my time.
No, you'll have the full time. Sorry about that.
I'm talking on the bike lane. I ride a bike every day, and I put gas in my car every 3 months because around town I ride my bike, and I'm going on 73. I'm for the bike lane going up and down Fountain. Some people are considering, I forgot the other one, but it's not a continuous street on the other one they're talking about. West Hollywood used to be a railroad town, and they had the red car coming up and down the street, and that came from 5th and Main all the way to the beach. They took that out under corruption, and that can be proved, and people got used to it not being there. People are thinking about what are these old women going to do when they park their cars, where are they going to park the cars? But they'll have to get used to that because I think bikes are important. And maybe you can put the bike lane and share it with the cars for however it works. Because sometimes there's a parked cars here, then between the cars and the curb, there's a bike lane in there, depending upon how it's done. A large portion of Fountain used to be real thin, and they widened the street. So most of West Hollywood, Fountain has been widened compared to what it used to be, so there should be plenty of room. I ride Fountain quite frequently. I have to ride in the middle of the lane so I don't get sideswiped or hit, which has happened to me. I had fractures on my cheeks, my jaw's offset because I've been hit. So I think a bike lane is very important. And just like the turn of the century, when there were bikes, cars, trains, and horses all sharing the same street, it existed then and it did fine. So I think we should go back and also accepting bikes on the road instead of the sidewalks. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Hill to be followed by Olivia Kwan.
Hello, my name is Terry Hill. I work for UCLA Health in the Blood and Platelet Center. And I want to announce that we're having a blood drive right here in West Hollywood. I'm celebrating this because for years, the gay community has fought for change to the FDA's rules. And I want to let everyone know you succeeded. In May 2023, the FDA changed not only the rules for sexual orientation deferrals to make it so that many are now eligible, but also for the mad cow diseases, which affected everyone from Europe. So I need your help though. Now I need people to actually donate. And that has been slow in coming because people are not aware of these changes. So I need your help, everyone's help. I need you to spread the word. The #1 reason why people have never donated blood is because they've never been asked. And to let them know, you may be eligible now. So please share this. There's some in the front. We can get electronic versions sent to you. Ask people. Ask people, your employees, your neighbors, whatever it is. Tell people about the blood drive. It's here at the Doheny Room on April 3rd, Friday, April 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you. Olivia Kwan to be followed by Renee Sotil.
Hello, my name is Olivia. I'm a WeHo resident of over 16 years, and I'm also currently working as a lifeguard at the West Hollywood Aquatic Center. I'm coming to you today as a member of the organizing committee for our staff's unionization effort. We've been organizing with AFSCME since the fall, and we have also been given the public solidarity statement of We Home. And we are now looking for the city to recognize us in our effort. We would be very grateful for your support if you could talk to your colleagues, and your voice matters more so than mine does or anyone else who's working at the pool. We work at a community pool, and we believe that we as the workers are just as much a part of that community as the patrons. And we are the only frontline workers that are directly employed by the city, and it's our pleasure to be able to look out for the people who come to visit us every day, and we're just looking for somebody to look out for us. So we would appreciate your help. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Renee Sotil to be followed by Anthony Reed Divisionio. Sorry.
Hi, Council, everyone. I'm Renee Sotil. This is MJ Godges, longtime residents and volunteers for the West Hollywood Community Cats TNR program. So the WeHo Community Cats program has been successfully operating under the Neighborhood and Business Safety Division for nearly 3 years now. Last week, staff from the Human Services Commission presented a proposal for a grassroots micro-grant pilot program for community cat stabilization and TNR. We are not in favor of this proposal for many reasons, and we'd be happy to share our reasons for anyone if you contact us afterwards. One simple reason is the city already has a successful TNR program. It's already established, and no pilot program is needed. We've already established that, or the city has. The proposal from Human Services suggests changing the entire structure of the existing TNR program on a limited or micro budget and taking it away from the Neighborhood and Business Safety Division, who has been successful overseeing it. Thank you, Danny. The direction from council was to add support where it's needed for kittens and friendly cats, not to replace or weaken an existing program that is already working. We hope the TNR program continues on as is, and we care for the kittens and friendly cats under the Neighborhood and Business Safety Division. I just want to read a text that came in at 6:48 this morning. It's a clip of a cat, and it says, "New cat alert." Really friendly, too. And this is at a location where we've already TNR'd a couple friendly cats and found them homes. So this is kind of happening, and there's a video of the cat that I can show you. But thank you very much. We really appreciate all your support, and we'd love to talk more about it.
Thank you.
Renee, Danny is here, and he was going to set up a meeting next week, so you should go speak to him. Thank you.
Reed to be followed by Ava Pereira-Bouchard.
Hi, good evening. Reed DiEugenio, the first and only legal food vendor in the city of West Hollywood. Over a year ago, I was approached by a gang member that told me there's enough to go around. He came back and enslaved over 30 migrants in the Rainbow District. Now 3 gangbangers control the district, a 2-block radius. While our merchants struggle, over 30 to 40 illegal vendors sell 50 to 100 soiled wrapped hot dogs a night at $10 a piece, which is $15,000 a night, $30,000 a weekend, over $120,000 a month, over $1 million a year, and that's being conservative. Tax money that the city does not receive. That money belongs to Paul, Dale, Bobby, Alex, Vincent, Larry, myself, and others. Where is the respect to the merchants and myself who spend thousands of dollars a year on rent? It's insulting. They burn the public, get sick, serving spoiled bacteria-ridden parasites. They obstruct the sidewalk, throw toxic chemicals in the street, leaving trash and food fragments behind for all of us to clean up after them. Lowering our standards has chased off the wealthy. They simply have left. After calling the sheriffs on these racketeers twice, they cowardly slashed my tires. Every one of you took an oath. Does a breach of contract, civil rights violated, discriminatory enforcement, perjury, dereliction of duty, non-feasance, extortion, racketeering, the RICO Act, in addition, a state-created danger doctrine telling them to operate in a designated area, an acceptable way to run the city? I see them assaulting people, my customers, assaulting rivals, taking money from foreign vendors. They are violent people. Our First Amendment requires equal protection under the law. It's not being met. Protect the public and merchants. Take control of the city, please. You make me follow the rules. Why can't you make them? These are the guys. Right here is your gang leader. There's one guy above him. He's the street manager. He gives me gang signs all the time. This guy, they flatten my tires. This is just an example of the trash and fragments that they leave behind, in addition to endangering the public. Please keep us safe.
Thank you. Your time is up. Ava Pereira-Bouchard to be followed by Lynn, etc.
Does this go down? Hi, I'm Ava's dad, and we're here to speak in support of continued support for WeHo Community Cats.
Hello, my name is Ava Punibishard. I'm a 6th grader and I live in West Hollywood. I care about the cats who live on the streets of our city. They have a tough life. I've seen up close the great work that WeHo Community Cats does. They not only help cats, they help people in our community who are worried or fear for the cats. 2 years ago, I noticed that there were 6 tiny black kittens living with their mom in an abandoned construction site next to my house. It was hard seeing these little ones walking in the rubble and rebars every day, and it upset me to think about what a rough life they are having. My dad reached out to the WeHo Community Cats. Working with them, we were able to trap all the kittens as well as the mother. WeHo Community Cats make sure all of the cats get neutered and the shots they need. We offered our home to some of the kittens and took care of them. I'm so proud to say that within a couple of weeks all the kittens had loving homes. We still see the mom around the neighborhood today. Thankfully, she can't have any more babies thanks to the WeHo Community Cats. They are a wonderful organization and they deserve our support.
Thank you. Lynn, etc., to be followed by Anita Goswami.
Lynn, etc., resident of West Hollywood since 1984. Chelsea, Danny, and John Erickson, I'm just throwing out ideas of where votes are. At the Plummer Park that I live close to, they have the farmers market, and they'll have people come and take a survey of the park and what's wanted and all sorts of things all over the years. And every time one is there, I say the only thing that we have wanted in the east side is a public swimming pool. That's what we want. And they inevitably say to me, you'd be surprised how many people have said that to us without it being on their list of things to do. The construct, when I was a kid, you rode your bike to the public pool. We all knew each other. We knew each other when we went to school. It's an idea of learning and making friends. And I'm sorry, but the 2 Beverly Hills pools on top of this building, the Cupcake Complex, don't kick it, you know. And so I hope that someday at the Olympics, a West Hollywood resident is going to win a medal, and they'll say, born and raised in West Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anita Goswami to be followed by Steve Martin.
Hi there, I'm Anita Goswami. I'm a longtime resident of the city of West Hollywood. As I'm sure you know, Metro issued their report recently with a recommendation, and I quote from page 39 of the March 19th agenda packet, to approve, quote, to approve the San Vicente Fairfax alignment evaluated in the 2024 draft EIR as the locally preferred alternative for the K-Line Northern Extension. And the project is contingent upon the formation of an enhanced infrastructure financing district by the city of West Hollywood in coordination with Los Angeles County to provide additional sources of funding, or at least 25% of the capital cost estimate for an early development strategy, end of the quote. Again, page 39 of the actual packet. Later in the report, the cost for this route is stated at $15.9 billion with a capital B. And at this time, construction is expected to start in 2041 and complete in 2047. There are numerous changes that must occur. For example, the Sheriff's Station has to be relocated, and we've seen the construction challenges on Wilshire Boulevard. I would like to know, how is the city of West Hollywood going to generate that 25%, or about $4 billion? I know the city has paid multiple consultants and prepared studies. I know there's a group going down to Metro on Wednesday. I'd like to know in clear, concise language exactly how the city will pay for this and the implementation mechanisms. Higher hotel taxes, more development agreements, sales tax, higher fees for services. Exactly how will the city get that $4 billion? I look forward to hearing more about that later this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Steve Martin to be followed by Michael Green.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, Steve Martin, West Hollywood. On behalf of the Ogden Owl Neighborhood Watch and the East Side Neighborhood Watch, I want to announce that we're going to be having a neighborhood meeting on March 18th at 6 o'clock at Great Hall in Plummer Park. We're honored and excited to have Jackie Rocco and Captain Lapkin as being our guest speakers. And I just want to tell you, Jackie, how much we really appreciate your willingness to come out. Not that you haven't before, but you've just been really willing to come and meet with the residents. And we're working on getting a good turnout, but everybody's welcome. That's this Wednesday at 6 o'clock in Plummer Park. I don't want to take anything away from Lynn, et cetera's comments. People on the east side for years have talked about a pool, but he doesn't have his history right. We do have a West Hollywood resident, and actually a current resident today, John, Lenny Ketzelberg, who lives at former Gene Dobrin's building, was a silver gold medal in, I don't know which year's Olympics, but I was on city council at the time. Anyway, he was wonderful, and he was a great inspiration, particularly to the kids in the Russian community. And he worked with the city and the city council to really promote youth programs. And when I get some time, I want to see if I can work with all of you to figure out a way to honor him. Thank you so much.
He won a gold medal in 2000, and he was a West Hollywood resident. Michael Green to be followed by Robert Brzezowski, and then Wendy Goldman.
Hi, Michael Green, West Hollywood resident since 2011. I'm here to talk about West Hollywood's Trap, Neuter, Return program, spearheaded by the all-volunteer WeHo Community Cats, which has successfully spayed and neutered over 130 cats since its inception 2 years ago. I've gotten to know the volunteers at WeHo Community Cats over the past year. They helped trap and neuter 2 street cats I found in my neighborhood. You know, an unneutered male cat can father over 2,000 kittens in 1 year. Trap, neuter, return programs are very successful at decreasing community cat populations. They're an excellent value for the public, and they provide the best possible life for the cats. WeHo Community Cats was seeking additional funds to expand their program to include finding permanent homes for kittens and friendly cats. But instead, West Hollywood's Human Services Commission has proposed a significant cut to its funding. Our city has been on the forefront of the animal rights movement for decades, including in 1989 when City Council made West Hollywood a cruelty-free zone for animals, and in 2003 by becoming the first city in the United States to prohibit declawing. Let's continue being a progressive city and properly fund the WeHo Community Cat programs to compassionately reduce our vulnerable street cat population. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Robert Brzezowski to be followed by Wendy Goldman.
Good evening, Robert Brzezowski, and I'm here to speak on agenda item E1, the flock security cameras, the LPR cameras, and high definition cameras. So I want to thank the council and staff for taking time to carefully review this program. In neighborhoods like the Norma Triangle, residents care deeply about safety. Tools that help law enforcement identify suspect vehicles, recover stolen cars, and solve crimes can make a real difference in our community. And many neighbors want to know that our safety is being prioritized. At the same time, West Hollywood has always been a city that protects vulnerable communities and values privacy. I appreciate that the staff report found no evidence of misuse of this data, but I also support strengthening safeguards and transparency so residents can have full confidence in how these systems are used. My hope is that the city can find a balanced path forward, one that allows us to continue benefiting from the public safety value of these cameras while also putting clear guardrails in place to reflect our city's values and legal protections. As someone who's lived in the Norma Triangle since 2012, I deeply care about keeping our community and neighborhood both safe and welcoming, and I appreciate the thoughtful approach the City Council is taking. Thank you.
Thank you. We only have 4 more speakers. I'm going to take them all now. And Wendy to be followed by Paul Chavez, Karen Ayers, then Stephanie Harker.
Good evening. Wendy Goldman, City of West Hollywood, and Cynthia Sunset Neighborhood Watch Captain. The annual award season is one of our bedrock economic drivers, drawing thousands of visitors to West Hollywood. After it ends, we prepare for the annual Pride events and the thousands who celebrate creativity, free speech, and inclusive love. We are known as the creative city, and last night the film community honored those who excelled in their craft during 2025, allowing us to take a break from some of the worries that the industry is engulfed in. It was a great show, in my opinion. Many entertainment industry stars and leaders attended the AIDS Foundation watch party, celebrating their work and enjoying our hospitality. Their eyes and the media's were on our streets, our venues, and us. Did we do our best to welcome them? Can we do better? I think so. My Neighborhood Watch group focuses year-round on public safety and quality of life issues. I want to offer gratitude to the city leaders, including our Community Safety Director, Danny Rivas, staff members Anita Shandy and Jessica Newcomb, who do the daily lifting. Their work improves lives, partnering with our surrounding cities to respond to any and all disasters. We don't always have evidence of this readiness until there's an emergency. As city policies invest in technology and transportation, it's important to keep some of our attention on small things that make life better. For example, further improvements to pedestrian safety inevitably help improve business success, attract tourism, and instill residents' pride. We want to see opportunities for a more inviting atmosphere. Please consider allocating funding to beautify our outdoor areas, increase green space for community gathering, and help residents increase civic engagement. We can always strive to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Chavez, to be followed by Karen Ayers and then Stephanie Harker.
Hello, good evening, commissioners and city staff. My name is Paul Chavez. I work for the Los Angeles LGBT Center. I manage our WeHo Life program, which is harm reduction distribution in the city of West Hollywood and education. I just wanted to express my support for the agenda item tonight, which is approval of the vending machines. I've been doing this work at the center for the past 8 years, and to see where we've come since then till now, just in the subject of stigma and support to the community, it's pretty amazing to see the impact that we've made together. So I just wanted to express my support and also express my support for WeHo Community Cats. Also, Renee has been an amazing resource in the city with our rescues. So yeah, thanks you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Paul. Karen Ayers, to be followed by Stephanie Harker.
Good evening, Mayor Heilman, City Council members. I'm Karen Ayers, City of West Hollywood. Just to clarify, I am a Human Services Commissioner, but the views I'm expressing tonight are my own and not on behalf of the Commission. And at last week's Commission, we did receive and discuss a report from the city on the community cats related issue of the microgrant program and including TNR and other things around that. We had a lot of questions about it. We in no way did vote on funding the program or reducing the amount or anything like that. That wasn't what we did at that meeting. We had a lot of questions though, and questions that this is going to be brought to you from the city at a future meeting, and I hope you think of these questions and more, like, is this the right direction we want to take for this program? The report basically wants to cover TNR and the care of friendly cats and possibly a program to help people who don't have money, who can get treatment, medications for their animals, help them with that. And the microgrant program would be an application program. They'd have to do all of that, is the impression that we were given by city staff. And so it may really be narrowing the scope the number of applicants, whether they're local. I know like Stray Cat Alliance, they do this sort of thing, like all of it, but they're in South LA. And I know Renee and MJ, when they get a call, they're out there within 20, 30 minutes to look for these cats because they know they're not going to be there an hour later, right? And they personally look after the friendlies that they pick up. So, you know, my question is, you know, is this the right way? Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Harker is our last speaker, and then we have some position slips.
Good evening, council members. Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. I'm just curious, do we have a safety and emergency alert system? After the fires over a year ago, it was discussed at Public Safety Commission, but I don't remember hearing anything after that. And if it is in place, I'm sure the community, along with me, would like to know about it. In this day and age, a day I never thought we'd see, when there are threats of California being attacked by drones, I would like to know ahead of time, ahead of an attack, exactly what we should do and where we should go. Also, I support West Hollywood Community Cats. I have seen firsthand how their program works. My neighbor, an elderly woman, took in 3 strays so they wouldn't be hit by cars or eaten by coyotes. Renee and MJ trapped them, had them spayed and neutered, and they now live safely and happily indoors. And I would like more of my tax dollars to go to West Hollywood Community Cats. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have some position slips.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have one citizen position slip from Renee Sotil in support of item F4, which was moved to the consent calendar.
Great. Anything else? We will now turn to our city manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I just have a few updates. The City of West Hollywood, in partnership with the American Red Cross, will be hosting a free CPR, first aid, and AED certification training at the West Hollywood Aquatic Center on April 25th. If you are interested in signing up, please contact the Community Safety Department at safety@weho.org. Also, after years of outreach and technical work, the Metro Board will finalize the route for the K-Line Northern Extension later this month. The city supports the San Vicente Fairfax alternative that would serve more of West Hollywood with up to 3 stations in the city and a 4th just outside at La Cienega and Beverly. Residents and stakeholders are encouraged to submit written public comment or attend one of Metro's 2 upcoming board meetings, either in person at Metro headquarters or virtually, to express support for the San Vicente Fairfax route. First meeting, Metro Planning and Programming Committee, will take place March 18th at 11 a.m. and the Metro Board of Directors meeting on March 26th at 10 a.m. The city is also providing free City Line shuttles for those interested in attending the board meeting on March 26th in person and making public comment. Shuttles will leave West Hollywood Park at 8:15 a.m. and return at approximately 2:30 p.m. Coffee, light refreshments, and materials to show your support for the San Vicente Fairfax route will be provided. Space is limited, so reserve your spot online. Flyers and more information are available at the table outside tonight or at weho.org/metro. And finally, the city is working with the other West Side cities to plan for bus speed and reliability improvements ahead of the LA 28 Olympics. The West Side Cities Council of Governments is launching the West Side Bus Connection Project, a quick build initiative aimed at enhancing the bus rider experience along 3 of the West Side's busiest corridors. Residents and stakeholders are encouraged to attend one of 2 upcoming community workshops. The first one is Wednesday, March 25th at 6 p.m. at the West Hollywood Aquatics and Recreation Center. And the next one will be Saturday, March 28th at 9:30 a.m. at the Culver City Senior Center. Flyers and more information are available at the table outside or at www.westsidecities.org/transportation. And that concludes my report this evening. Thank you.
Great. Any questions? Thank you. And we'll now turn to the consent calendar. The consent calendar is a series of routine items that we approve with a single motion. Before we turn to the fiscal impact of the consent calendar, the city clerk has informed me that item B18, that there's been some change from the city of Los Angeles, and they are now planning on postponing the 2026 Trans Job Fair. So I think the recommendation is that we pull that from our consent calendar until we get in additional information. So if there's no objection, we'll pull B18 from consent. And with that change, what is the fiscal impact of the consent calendar as it's been amended?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll read the fiscal impact into the record, and then I will also read the title of the ordinance that was moved to consent into the record, and then take the vote on the consent calendar. So the fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar, with the addition of items F1, F2, F4, F5, and F8, and the removal of item B18, is $8,406,435 in expenditures, $6 million in revenue, $9,845 in waived fees. And for item F2, we are introducing on first reading an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending chapters 15.08 and 15.12 of the West Hollywood Municipal Code, finding that such action does not qualify as a project subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, under state CEQA guidelines section 15378, and is otherwise exempt from CEQA under state CEQA guidelines sections 15061B3, and taking other actions relating thereto. I will now take the vote for the consent calendar, noting Councilmember Meister's no votes on items B6 and B7. And the consent calendar passes 5-0.
Great, thank you. We're now done with the consent calendar. There are no public hearings or legislative. We will move to unfinished business, and that is item E1. Okay, there are a couple speakers on this item, but first we're going to hear from our staff. Danny, are you going to be giving the report? Yes.
Yes, Mayor.
All right.
So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. I'm Danny Rivas, the city's Director of Community Safety. Also joining on this item is Lauren Langer, our City Attorney, Anita Shandy, our city's Public Safety Manager, Captain Lapkin and Lieutenant Marion from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and Trevor Chandler from Flock Safety. Tonight, staff is presenting the results of the council-directed review of the city's public safety camera program and the agreements with Flock Safety. The review focused on ensuring the program protects privacy and aligns with West Hollywood's commitment to protecting immigrant communities. A couple of highlights from the report include that the city currently operates 39 automated license plate reader cameras, one mobile camera trailer, and in the staff report, it does reflect 6 live video cameras installed. That number has increased since the report was submitted. Currently, right now, we're at 14, and we have 2 live cameras that are being installed by the end of this week, and 7 that are planned to be installed by the end of next week, which would bring that total to 24 out of the 54 cameras that have been approved. For community members who may not be aware, automated license plate reader cameras capture still images of license plates and vehicle characteristics, but they do not capture live video. In addition, automated license plate reader cameras do not provide vehicle owner information. Automated license plate reader cameras are intended to assist law enforcement in identifying vehicles involved in crimes, stolen vehicles, and serious traffic collisions. Staff's review did confirm several important safeguards already exist, which include that the city owns all collected data, that data is automatically deleted after 30 days unless it is being used as part of a criminal investigation. System access requires authorized credentials, and all searches are tracked through audit logs. These controls help to maintain accountability and oversight of the program's data. Staff did not find any evidence that city automated license plate reader data has been used directly for immigration enforcement purposes. However, staff did identify a potential risk through interagency data sharing networks where agencies assist each other with criminal investigations. So for example, Flock's platform, like other automated license plate reader platforms, allows participating agencies to share automated license plate reader data across jurisdictions to assist with criminal investigations. While this feature provides public safety benefits, it may create risk if another agency conducts a search at the request of a federal immigration enforcement agency without first notifying the city or city-designated law enforcement administrators. Flock did implement platform changes on its own last year that now restricts out-of-state access, but staff still recommends additional safeguards as outlined in the report to further reduce that risk. The review also looked at the program's public safety outcomes. So over the past 3 years, the West Hollywood Sheriff Station has recovered approximately 175 stolen vehicles, and automated license plate reader alerts have helped identify several suspects in violent crime investigations and assisted in hit and run cases. So within the staff report, there are 3 examples reflected showing how the technology supported time-sensitive investigations, but Captain Lapkin and Lieutenant Marion can expand on case studies and additional examples if needed. The legal analysis conducted by the City Attorney's Office focused on when the city, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and Flock Safety could be required to release data. Key points include administrative immigration requests from ICE do not compel compliance under California law. Senate Bill 34 and Senate Bill 54 restrict cooperation with immigration enforcement. However, a judicial warrant or court-ordered subpoena signed by a judge may require compliance, though the city can consider challenging overly broad orders. So to strengthen protections, staff recommends the City Council consider the following: amending the contract with explicit prohibitions on immigration enforcement use, requiring immediate notification if any federal agency requests data, reviewing and potentially limiting interagency sharing settings, and increasing audit reporting and transparency. So the council has several options to consider this evening, which include directing staff to amend the Flock Safety Agreement, directing staff to evaluate alternative vendors, temporarily deactivating cameras during further review, or terminating the agreement with Flock if safeguards cannot be ensured. So in conclusion, the city's camera program provides measurable public safety benefits, and staff found no evidence of misuse related to immigration enforcement. However, staff believes additional safeguards will strengthen oversight and maintain community trust. So staff is requesting council direction on the preferred path forward. That concludes our remarks and presentation, and we're open for any questions.
Thank you. Do you want to ask questions, or should we hear from the public speakers first? You're okay with that? Okay, we do have, I think, 5 or 6 public speakers. The first one is Joshua Christian, to be followed by Michael Green, and then Leonard Lanzi. Joshua, thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor. My name is Joshua Christian. I'm a 10-year resident. I'm also a business license
Can
commissioner.
you lift the mic up a little bit? Yes, thank you.
I always have this problem, even in business license commission meetings. I'm here speaking for myself as a resident. I'm here to ask that the city either terminate its contract for services with Flock or shut down all cameras while it evaluates new options. I'm not going to try to wade into surveillance policy because I know that all of you have thought really deeply about that, and I know that all residents appreciate that our council thinks deeply about these kinds of things. What I will say is please ask yourselves the question, why is this contract with this company worth this money, and is it consistent with the city's values? I'll ask you to imagine that another contractor comes in for a more mundane contract, something like, waste disposal, and says, we have great services, we provide them for great prices, but, 30 other cities have rejected contracts with us. There are multiple national outlets that have reported that we've had breaches in our cybersecurity. We've got secretaries of state in multiple jurisdictions that are investigating our operations. Our systems have been exposed exploiting people of color, assisting to target them, assisting to possibly investigate women who are seeking abortions in other jurisdictions. And behind the scenes, I think in the written comment, our CEO denigrates citizens who raise objections to their officials about these kinds of practices. So I think that no matter how useful these are for our security, there is no universe in which the city signs a contract with that company. And I think that now is the time, even with the sunk cost, to explore better options, because they're out there. Axon, Motorola, staff can look closer at building our own alternative. I would hate for us to turn around and look a few years down and find that we've backed ourselves into a corner working with a partner who does not share our city's value. So please exercise the moral authority of the city of West Hollywood, which is considerable, and terminate this contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Green, to be followed by Leonard Lanzi.
Thank you to Council Members Byers and Erickson for initiating the examination of flock safety. Thanks to this scrutiny and recent media attention, Flock is likely more willing than any other security firm to adopt the safeguards West Hollywood requires. License plate recognition and security cameras are vital tools for our sheriffs in solving crimes. Since our current system took years to establish, if the council does decide to end the Flock contract, West Hollywood should keep the existing cameras in place until a new provider is fully approved and operational. Transitioning to a new system could take more than a year, time during which we cannot risk losing essential law enforcement tools or compromising community safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Leonard Lanzi, to be followed by Yadi, and then Kyle Brazil.
Good evening, Mayor Holloman, Vice Mayor Hang, and council members. I'm here tonight not as the President and CEO of the Chamber. I'm here as Len Lanzi. I'm a resident of Topanga Canyon. I come to West Hollywood 5 to 6 days a week. The city staff report provides clear evidence that West Hollywood's public safety camera program is delivering significant public safety benefits while operating within strict privacy and oversight frameworks. The report documents that over the past 3 years, the cameras have assisted in the recovery of approximately 175 stolen vehicles and have played a critical role in solving violent crimes, major hit-and-run collisions, and serious felony investigations. Staff also confirms that the city-owned data has not been used for federal immigration enforcement, and that federal agencies do not have direct access, and that all searches are logged and retained for review. Our data retention period is only 30 days, consistent with California law, and designed to protect privacy while supporting legitimate investigative needs. Tonight, you have the opportunity to affirm both safety and civil liberties. The staff report shows that public safety cameras are working and they're accountable. They'll be more aligned with our city's values. I urge you to continue this program and strengthen the protections presented by staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Yadi, to be followed by Kyle Brazil.
Hi, my name is Yadi, and I just want to say thank you all very much for being so diligent and thorough about researching the background of Flock and seeing if it aligns with the values of the city. And let's just be real, this is a mass surveillance camera system that captures way more than license plates. If you Google Mike daughters, there's photos of little girls in these databases, and as another speaker said, there's been already lots of evidence of misuse from this system across the country. And you know, it really does infringe on our civil liberties and our due process, and it does not align with democratic values. And as a startup founder myself, I think that it's really important for government and the private sector to demand better from tech companies, because it's not until we hold companies accountable and have high standards, that we're going to really be pushing for innovation that is responsible and that does protect people's privacy, which in this day and age we cannot deny that privacy is safety. And as we had the gentleman earlier today who was a survivor of the Holocaust, and we see that, you know, people are discriminated and there's information collected about them, and we don't want to go back to that time again. So I really urge you to at least pause and look at other alternatives that is run by a company that does value people and isn't calling people like myself that care about safety and quality of life, that targets me as a terrorist. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Brazil.
Hi, Kyle Brazil, West Hollywood City resident. I'm here to voice my support for the installation and use of these cameras across the city. I think they've demonstrated that they support not only investigations in the delivery of justice, but also deterrence in the city. You know, I want to dispel of this myth that this applies to a single service provider. In past council meetings, council members have questioned what would happen if a federal subpoena were received by this organization. Let's be honest, any organization in receipt of a justifiable federal subpoena is going to have to respond to that. So that's not just one particular thing that applies to Flock alone, it's any service provider. Let's also dispel the myth that this applies solely to cameras. Our city has data all over, whether it comes from homeless services or security ambassadors, that could be used and subpoenaed by federal programs. The idea that we should avoid a program that has a clear public benefit because it could be subpoenaed is a problematic form of logic that would suggest we should end most of the services that the city supplies. We keep these tools and services because they have demonstrated community benefit. I know Councilmember Erickson in several council meetings before has talked about the lack of evidence these cameras have provided in recent assaults that were observed in our community. And Mayor Heilman pointed out that that's because those cameras haven't been installed, and the installation of additional cameras will continue to support the community. Director Rivas's report alone talked about the crimes that are being solved in part because of the benefit of these cameras. So to pretend that these don't have any public utility is to ignore actual data. So again, I don't think we should sacrifice public benefit out of hypothetical risk, but we should mitigate risks that the city staff have identified. I think we absolutely should ensure that we're restricting the voluntary disclosure and sharing of data as we should, but I think this council can get to a common sense middle ground decision where we balance the interests of public safety with risks that can be mitigated through contractual disclosures. Thank you.
Thank you. That's our last speaker, and now council questions. I think Councilmember Byers, did you have questions? Any questions for our staff? Do we want to just jump into discussion and decision, or you had some question, Councilmember Meister?
Thank you, Mayor. So we received a public comment from Christoph about some things about data breaches and independent audits. So I wanted to ask, have there been any data breaches related to West Hollywood data, and then in general, and I think in the report you said that there weren't, but then have there been data breaches? Has Flock had data breaches, and if they have, what have they done to deal with that?
Yeah, absolutely, Councilmember Meister. So yes, as you mentioned in the report, and we did receive an attestation letter from Flock that's represented as attachment C to the report, which states that there haven't been any data breaches. So they did attest to that. But in terms of just in general with Flock, I want to hand it over to Trevor Chandler from Flock Safety, if you could come up and kind of speak to that.
Mayor, Council, I'm Trevor Chandler. I'm the Director of Public Affairs for Flock Safety. I can tell you unequivocally that there has been no data breach. There has been no hacking of Flock. What I believe the confusion comes in is in recent articles and news coverage of sharing agreements that some cities and states have had, those have been described as breaches. They're not. They were mutual sharing agreements. Sometimes cities weren't fully aware of the nature of those sharing agreements, that it meant that they were sharing together, but there has not been a breach and there has not been a hack.
Okay, and then one of the other comments was about independent audits. So does your company have independent audits of your systems by any cybersecurity firm?
Yes, so we are partnered with Bishop Fox. That is our cybersecurity firm that we work with. And this is in addition to everything available on our trust center, including being SOC 2, Type 2, SOC 3, CJIS certified, which is the Criminal Justice Information Services, which is FBI certification. So we do have a cybersecurity auditor vendor.
Okay, thank you.
I have a few questions for him. So recently there was a class action filed in San Francisco, Jaworski versus Flock. It alleges illegal data sharing, mass surveillance, failure to safeguard data, and deceptive or flawed system designs. Would you care to respond to that class action lawsuit?
Lawsuits can be filed any day, and so we are fully confident that it will either be dismissed or we will support the city of San Francisco in that lawsuit pushing back.
So the complaint centers on the California ALPR Privacy Act, which is a California state law, which says that how license plate data is used and collected and shared, and that no sharing with federal or out-of-state agencies. But yet in our staff report, there were 14 incidences of shared aspects of data with out-of-state agencies. Is that correct?
That is what the report said, yes.
So then did you violate California ALPR Privacy Act?
So what Flock does up until recently was provide all the tools for cities to be compliant. We have realized the confusion that this has created, and that's why we have gone from providing the tools for compliance, which sometimes a button can be pressed that wasn't meant to be pressed. Sometimes there's not a full understanding of what those sharing agreements are. What we have done in light of the confusion, that we take responsibility for that confusion, that we could have explained that better, is we have now simply mandated compliance. We have shut off all access for sharing outside of the state of California by California agencies. There is no longer any ability by a California agency to initiate a sharing relationship outside of the state of California. We've also ended any sharing relationships that might have existed between federal agencies and any agency in California. So we're shifting from a mode of providing the tools for compliance to mandating compliance to make it easier for all the agencies that are using Flock.
So who owns the risk? Would the city of San Francisco pay, or would you pay if the class action lawsuit ruled against you?
I do not have the answer to that question.
Okay. One of the reasons is because I believe the city would actually have to be, and maybe this is a question for our city attorney, Lauren Langer, who I did not talk to today because I have a job, so I didn't have time to. But maybe if you could put your thinking cap on, because my understanding is the city would bear that liability for the claim if the class action went through. And then, is there anything in the contract that deals with liability and who owns it? Usually it's the deeper pockets that make the payments, and I'm guessing that's the city of West Hollywood, but someone could answer that for me in a different setting maybe. Lauren, you always say the city's the one that everyone goes after, so.
True, but it's hard to answer questions about a lawsuit against a different city that we haven't seen and what their contract says, but we can take a look and see what that degree of risk is, but I don't have that lawsuit in front of me.
Doesn't our contract talk about who owns the exposure and the liability?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the San Francisco lawsuit.
I'm just saying, so San Francisco, I'm guessing, would have to pay if they were found any, but what does our contract say?
I can look in that.
Okay, that'd be great. Those are all my questions right now. Thank you, Trevor.
Great, thank you. Are there other questions, or are we ready to move into discussion? Vice Mayor Hang.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had some questions for you. Thank you, Trevor, and thank you, staff, for the very robust presentation.
Are the questions for staff or Trevor?
For Trevor.
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
Does Flock have a contract with ICE?
No. and we do not have a contract with any agency under DHS, and that actually distinguishes us from other LPR vendors that were mentioned earlier. Axon, Motorola, all have significant contracts. Flock is unique in the sense that we do not have a contract with ICE or any entity under DHS.
So can you explain, I know staff explained about the, which you just talked about, correcting the system, right? Making cities opt in instead of opting out, which is what Flock did, which allowed shared access until 2025.
In certain cases, one of the things that have been frustrating for the agencies is that we haven't had an audit log of who makes the changes inside the system. So for cities like you may have heard of in Santa Cruz or Mountain View that are very adamant that they did not change the sharing preferences, we could not go back and identify when or how those were changed. That is something that we have updated so that when not only can you run an audit on when or the searches that were made within your system or by those in your network, you can now know who clicked what button on the back end of the system so that whenever those sharing preferences are changed, it is logged and you can know who did it.
So given what's been going on throughout this country and your company has been exposed to the media as of recent, you've lost customers, you've lost cities. What is Flock doing to rectify those issues that cities like Santa Cruz have brought up?
Absolutely. I think it's important to note there have been a few cities that have chosen to either not renew or end their contracts. These represent less than about 1%, about 0.5% of our customers across the country. We are always sad when that happens. We always want to keep an open line in case they change their mind, like some cities have. Oakland put their program on hold. They put in additional safeguards. They put it back. We've had a lot of cities that people assume are still no longer customers, but have actually put in additional safeguards and then come back with stronger safeguards. Those safeguards include the fact that not only have we now prevented any out-of-state sharing by agencies in California, we've implemented search filters for both immigration and reproductive health so that even if someone attempts to search for those, that they will return no results. We have a proactive auditing tool that will automatically flag for administrators if there's irregular searches going on, say one person searching for the same license plate over and over again, or if there is an officer who might be searching after hours. This is going to be a tool that is rolling out as an option to be opted into by law enforcement across the country very shortly. We have also, as I mentioned, provided that minute detail of what options change when, by who, and especially with auditing. What a lot of folks don't realize is, yes, these conversations around data sharing are very tense conversations, especially in the nature of the national environment we are talking about. But it's worth noting the reason we're having these very tough conversations is because Flock is the most transparent law enforcement tool in the country. No other tool has the audit logs, the records, to allow communities to say, what is this sharing relationship going on? Do we want to continue that sharing relationship? We're sharing with this agency. It's clear they're not using it according to our values and we want to shut it off. This is the way this tool is the most transparent tool for law enforcement across the country, and that's the reason we're having these tensions, which is a good conversation. Flock takes these conversations exceptionally seriously. We believe that community safety should never come at the expense of community values, and we've created a customizable tool for that.
Can you explain for our community members that are watching and those that are here, we have a contract with Flock as of current.
Yes.
Flock has a contract with the sheriffs who administers the program.
Yes.
The sheriff will have access to all Flock data across any contract city that partners with Flock. So it's in one shared ecosystem, so to speak.
Yes.
Right? There is a concern with data. There is a concern with unintentionally releasing data. Is there a mechanism for Flock to bifurcate and get out of the county ecosystem so that way we can have our own data here that we can safeguard to make sure that it is not being misused, misrepresented, or inadvertently released out?
Yes, absolutely. We could absolutely do that.
So what I'm hearing is that we can have our own, so to speak, flock system here where nobody has access to it.
Yes.
And
And you can choose, if you choose to share with the county, you can share with them, but you would have full control. It wouldn't be a part of the county system. They would be able to see it if the city chose to share.
If we allow them.
Yes, if you allowed it to.
May I interject? It's me, Captain Lapkin Fanny.
Yes,
Sorry.
hello.
So with me is Lieutenant Mike Marion, who works for our ASAP unit. And as of a few months ago, we went to one-to-one sharing, and he can explain that, where we at the station are the only ones can provide access even to any other local agency around here. We share with our sheriff's department, but it's Lieutenant Turner and myself are the only ones that can allow access to anybody wanting to have get into our data. And he can explain more to what the one-on-one ratio is. We no longer have it open where the sheriff's department gets to decide. We changed it. We closed. We toggled that. The option of statewide sharing to one-on-one sharing, and that means, and Mike, you can go ahead and, I'm sorry, Lieutenant Marion.
Hello, I'm Lieutenant Mike Marion. The ASAP unit is the county-wide technology unit that administers ALPR for the whole county. Primarily, we're the administrator for Motorola. We're not yet the administrator for Flock. So there's different roles for SB 34. There's end users is all the frontline law enforcement using it for frontline jobs purposes. The patrol gets a hot list alert and pulls over a stolen vehicle, or detectives work backwards to solve their case. What we're talking about is the administrator duties. Another SB 34 role is the operator administrator, and that's all the compliance, any data sharing, any permissions, and all the audits. So just like what you were asking, that's already set up. West Hollywood is already siloed in an electronic permissioned org chart where you have all the silos that you need. Your administrators are only local. And then all the other, what was the other issue with the, the other issue is all Sheriff Department, all tan and green have access to it because homicide is not assigned to West Hollywood, but there's some countywide specialized units, homicide, narcotics, human trafficking, that would also need access in the course of our duties, even maybe Lancaster detectives. If there's a burglary crew or a catalytic converter theft crew going around from Temple to Lancaster and West Hollywood, they're making those connections. So in the course of our duties, as end users, they can do their frontline law enforcement, but as administrators, you are appropriately siloed.
I want to follow up on that because I'm a little bit confused, and I think the Vice Mayor's question, as I heard it, was, is it possible for us to have the system where no one in the county other than our local people have access unless you as the administrator authorize access?
We could become our own organization, but with the one-on-one sharing, we're currently doing that.
So right now, you only share, for you to share even within the department, it has to go through you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can you talk about Culver City? Because I think their model is slightly different, right, from the rest of the county.
Yes, so Culver City, I believe, is a city that doesn't have any sharing, in that they just keep it all in-house. There's other cities across the state that also do that, and that's a complete decision that community and that agency makes. There's some misinformation that Flock mandates sharing or mandates going into the National Lookup feature. Simply not true. Every single city can decide how many or how few of those sharing relationships they have.
And how long has Culver City stopped sharing?
I do not have the answer to that question.
So it is possible in an ideal world that the system can be bifurcated to where West Hollywood would not release any information at all, unless, of course, there's extenuating circumstances. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, and it's the ongoing conversation of the tension between sharing and not sharing. If you're able to share with your surrounding community especially, it allows for ease of access to solve crimes in the moment, whether it's missing children, Amber Alerts, abductions. One of the benefits of the Flock system is that sharing to remove that friction to allow for communities to solve crime faster. And so that's the tension between sharing a little bit more versus not sharing at all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Erickson and then Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. And this just came to me. So there's truth somewhere, I would hope, even in 2026. Where did all this come from? I mean, if you haven't ever shared data with ICE, if you've never shared information that could lead to LGBTQ people, gender affirming individuals, trans people, where is it all coming from?
Yeah, absolutely. So what happened was there was a several month period, 3 to 4 month period, where we had a pilot with Customs and Border Patrol and Homeland Security investigations. These are two departments that were looking into the utility for human trafficking and narco trafficking. When we were asked, do you have a contract with any of these agencies? We didn't have a contract, but we did have this pilot project. We could have been better in communicating that pilot project, and that's where we take a lot of responsibility for this confusion and mistrust that has gone out there. And what that resulted in, because we have the most transparent system out there with audit logs, when they were in, when we had these pilot projects, both CBP and HSI had access to our national lookup feature, which is when anyone that enters in by their own volunteering to national lookup, it's a mutual sharing agreement with anyone else that's in there. Same with statewide lookup. And that's when we had several cities saying, we don't remember sharing with CBP. We don't remember sharing with HSI. That goes against our community values. And that's what really triggered a lot of this. And we take responsibility for that we should have communicated it better internally and externally. And that's what created a lot of this confusion and mistrust. And it's one of the reasons we have now, with any federal agency we have a relationship with or a contract with, or we're not doing any more pilot projects. But for example, we have national parks that use Flock. The United States Postal Service uses Flock. Any federal agency no longer has any access to nationwide lookup or statewide lookup. So if according to state and local law, again, this would have to be outside California, someone did want to enter into a sharing relationship with a national park or with the Postal Service, we've instituted friction and permissions that it would have to be a one-to-one sharing. They would not have access to statewide lookup. They would not have access to national lookup. So there were errors made where we could have communicated those pilots better, and that's what created a lot of this confusion.
How many cities are looking to end their relationship with Flock? Ballpark, I know you might not have the total number off the top of your head.
Yeah, I don't have the total number, but again, it's about 0.5%. We work in around 6,000 communities, agencies across the country. And so in the normal flow of business with any company, you expect a certain amount of turnover. Comparatively to the regular course of business of any company, that's even lower than the typical churn you would see elsewhere. So again, we are saddened when that happens, and we want to rebuild that trust. But we also don't want to overstate the fact that, yes, you may see a couple cities on the news, but it is about 0.5%.
Wonderful. And by the way, it's since July 2025. I just texted the former mayor of Culver City, who's in a meeting right now. And so my last question is, and this might be uncomfortable, a lot of residents were getting calls from a Center for Progress, something like that, this past week.
Okay.
I was accused of making the calls. I don't know why. I think, whatever, it's a right-wing blog that's making these accusations, whatever. But did you all hire people to make calls to residents to get them to come out, or anyone to do such a thing to get people out today?
Center for Progress, I do not know that. No.
Okay. I just wanted to ask you because I got a number of calls. I see Stephanie in the back who called me. Thank you. I was at Dialogue Cafe. It was great to talk to you. But I just wanted to ask on the record because I got lots of calls from residents who were like, I'm supposed to call you because you should support Flock and all this stuff, and I wanted to know who was paying for it. So that's it. So thank you very much, Trevor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. You mentioned a pilot that you ran, that Flock ran in partnership with Department for Homeland Security. When was that pilot?
I can get you the exact dates. It was for about 3 months in 2024.
2024. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Danny, you shared in the report the 14 instances where out-of-state agencies were able to access data from Flock. Did we get notified as those 14 instances were happening?
No, we did not.
And to this day, do we know which states those were that accessed that data?
We do. We know who the agency is and the state.
Do we have any follow-up on why they were interested in that data?
Yeah, so we do have a report that provides the reason, and so you'll have, you know, some sort of criminal investigative case that's reflected in there, or a penal code section for that state, or something as simple like for the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, it was related to a criminal case regarding mail theft.
Thank you.
Sure.
I want to really appreciate the members of the public who are asking us to approach this issue with nuance. We recognize the way that this has been helpful in law enforcement work in helping solve cases, and I really appreciate that. We've also talked as a city about the utility in communicating technology as a prevention mechanism for crime to occur too. So it doesn't fall on deaf ears that those are parts of the safety priorities that we're trying to catalyze as a city, and I can appreciate the members of the public who are asking us to approach this with tremendous care. There was a comment that sort of broke open the scope of this beyond concerns related to the immigrant community, which I know was the impetus for the conversation that came to council, but it outlined the number of abuses of human rights that can happen through technology and data share. We're a pro-choice city, so when I heard out-of-state agencies accessing this, my immediate concerns were about people seeking abortions coming from other states here. We know that we as a city are very forward-thinking when it comes to the human rights policies and protections that we've put in place. And so it's not only a matter of other state agencies, but truly other jurisdictions and municipalities, frankly, even within the state of California, accessing data. So I can appreciate the sort of one-for-one. And Captain Lapkin, you mentioned that there's a one-for-one policy set up. So could you name to us who we're currently sharing data with, or is it on a case-by-case basis as needed? That's what I'm not understanding.
So as of maybe a month ago, we locked it down to only LASD, our Sheriff's Department. We don't have any other local agencies. We kicked out Beverly Hills, LAPD, Culver City. We moved everybody out because we wanted to make sure that when we move forward, if we move forward, that we have an MOU set in place so that they understand our policies on immigration status and the reasons why, and making sure that the reasons that they give for our searching in our network per se is a crime in nature. It's only looking into it because a crime has occurred. So as of right now, it's only Sheriff's Department, it's only West Hollywood.
And who's going to determine what the crime is?
Well, the penal code section gives us
for the municipality that's asking.
They put the crime onto the reasons as to why.
And so if we determine that's not a crime in our city because of our code.
We've seen penal code crimes, which is all in California. We haven't
California
seen
penal code,
yes,
not
we haven't
as other
municipal
jurisdictions.
Codes. No, not municipal codes. And let's say for example, I'm just spitballing here.
Sure.
LAPD. We give access to LAPD, and then when we do our internal audits, we find out that they're not compliant for what the MOU that they signed. We kick them out, and they're no longer allowed. So, and that's the boundaries, and those are the mechanisms that we're going to set in place, because I believe. You know, having these type of technologies, the license plate, and again, just understanding Flock and Alper system is only reading vehicle information. It's giving you vehicle description, vehicle license plate. It does not look at who's driving the vehicle. It doesn't identify who's in the vehicle. It's just pinpointing a vehicle that's been used in a crime. I'll give you an example. We recently had a robbery of Petco, for example. Somebody witnessed the license plate of the vehicle that was taken. When that information was entered into our system, Beverly Hills was able to apprehend them. There was 3 individuals, 1 ran, 2 were detained by Beverly Hills, the other one we were able to find them after a grid search. So that's how quickly this information is if we share that information. So for me, it's very important for here at the station that we at least share within our boundaries, because criminals don't know boundaries. So we know that we're 1.9 square miles. So that quickly, 5 minutes they took for them to leave our jurisdiction. If we don't share our information, then if we don't see them leave, then we're not going to be able to apprehend them. The same way that, as in the staff report, since we've had the Alper systems, we've recovered 175 stolen vehicles, and we know from crimes that occur here in our city, people that come in to commit crimes come in stolen vehicles. So if there's any way that we can get the information from another agency saying that a vehicle has been stolen and it's coming in our area, if we can actually take the time, not take the time, but use the technology that we have to apprehend those individuals, then there is no need, they're not gonna have a robbery, we're not gonna have a burglary, and I could go into the list of many, incidents where Flock was used to identify the vehicle, to find out where the vehicle was at, and we were able to apprehend the suspects. I have a whole list of different case studies, not only within West Hollywood, but also case studies where other agencies had crimes committed in their area and the suspects were apprehended here. So yes, if there's an agency that if we share the information with them and they are out of line because we're going to do audits, then we kick them on. They no longer have access to our data.
Thank you for sharing that. And we know the utility of these systems. We get the updates regularly from the Sheriff's Department. We see them, and I think that's part of the tension, is that we have a tool that's been meaningfully impactful when it comes to law enforcement in our own city and cities around the country. And at the same time, there are legitimate threats and concerns and abuses that have been named, trust that has been deeply violated, and a new pivot point that we're learning about tonight, which I don't know that we would have learned about or had available to us if not for the conversation that got brought to the council itself. I have been naming some of these issues for years, and never has there been a proactive approach to this council about the options that we had around protecting our data, around limiting, naming more explicitly our partnerships. So it's some of this sort of, well, let's see how it goes, and then, oh, that's how it went, and how do we recover, that I'm pretty concerned about still. And we're only a month into what sounds like a major pivot point for a company that happened on the basis of some pretty egregious abuses that we wouldn't have otherwise allowed on the basis of our values. And I'm glad to hear that the Sheriff's Department, our partners, are thinking about how we could change this system moving forward. And it sounds like some of those changes could happen regardless or despite whatever chosen vendor we go with. And I just want to name that consistently, that I'm pretty frustrated by the extent of the trust that has been broken around this existing contract, because the council majority supported moving forward with it over the number of years we did. We're at a major point of investment in the city's work, and I don't know how we recover from that sense of trust violated in this moment. And we keep hearing that it's going to work and they're putting safeguards in place, but ultimately it's up to us as a city to put some of these safeguards in place, and we're doing our best to understand it. And I can't give the sense of trust back to the public that we've done our due diligence in this moment here. So that's where I'm sitting with a lot of this discussion. I really appreciate you coming out and being a part of it tonight. I think, we had a change.org petition, over 90 signatures there, asking us to take this seriously and halt this contract in its tracks. I know I got some of these calls over the weekend too, and folks who were supportive of this and hearing about some of the abuses that we were confronted by said, well, maybe there is something more, we should do as a city and think more thoughtfully about this. So there is a desire to have a nuanced approach in how we address this, and I'm not totally sure where we're landing as a council tonight, but I just want to name that, and I'll hand it back to you, Mayor. I know there's some other folks who have questions and comments.
Councilmember Erickson, then Vice Mayor Hang, and then I'm going to jump in.
Great. And I know you're glaring at me, Mayor, so I'll stop.
No, I'm not. Not yet.
Not yet. Not yet. My favorite words, not yet. So Councilmember Byers brought up an interesting point about local law and the law that the state of California. So in West Hollywood, our Social Justice Advisory Board, as well as a couple of other boards and commissions, have recommended that we decriminalize sex work. I did that item with then Councilmember Shine many years ago. But let's say what happens is somebody engaging in this work that we've, talked about many times here in the city of West Hollywood, is also an immigrant and drives through Flock and gets clocked and then arrested because of whatever, because state law says it's a crime, but in West Hollywood, that is not supposed to be a priority for you all. What's the scenario and how do you respond there when the date is requested?
So if I'm understanding your question, so if...
And I'm sorry if I'm not articulating it
No,
correctly.
you're fine, just so that I understand the question. So somebody who, there's an investigation on an individual for sex crime, sex, whatever it is.
They were engaging in
Is
prostitution.
So if they're engaged in prostitution and they got arrested, let's say, and there's an active investigation, if Flock is used in order to, I would say, I can't even think of an option that, well, one, immigration would not be even a question because we don't, the Sheriff's Department as the city has the same values that we do not ask for immigration status. So that's out the window. We don't ask whether or not they're citizens, where that's not an option even for us to ask. But if there's an active investigation and we are looking, and I can't even say how egregious it is, we could use that as an investigation to try and identify where they're at or if a vehicle is being used. But it's only if so, like, for example, you're looking
Fanny,
for...
can I interrupt you?
Yes,
Because I
I'm
think
trying to
you're getting
understand.
lost in this
Yes.
question. Let's assume somebody has engaged in an act of prostitution in Beverly Hills,
Okay.
and they alert us and give us the license
Yes.
plate, and they want from us the location of that vehicle. I think Councilmember Erickson's concern is we wouldn't be arresting them for an act of prostitution, most likely in West Hollywood, because we've directed you to deprioritize that. How do we ensure you don't share in a case like that?
Well, on that specific case, is there a warrant for the arrest? I mean, there's a million what ifs. If there's a warrant for an arrest, we wouldn't share any of that information unless there's a warrant for an arrest.
Okay.
For the suspect. So, and again, it all depends because there's a lot. Is it a misdemeanor? Is it an infraction? Are you looking at a felony? There's, we're not gonna, unfortunately, even for that, if there's a warrant for the arrest, and that's the only way that information would be in the system. If there's a report or there's a warrant for an arrest. It's not just gonna be arbitrarily because somebody was arrested in Beverly Hills, and we're looking for that vehicle. It wouldn't be like that. It would be if they have a warrant for an arrest.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Fanny. No, that's why he's a lawyer.
Sorry, I'm trying to understand it.
Vice Mayor Hang.
Thank you. So my question, got lost in the moment. Okay, so when there are instances that have been reported in the media that Flock is misusing data, giving the information, giving data away, is it an actual Flock employee doing that, or is that an outside agency that has a contract with Flock that is inadvertently violating their own rules, so to speak?
First and foremost, Flock does not sell data, period. We are not a data broker, especially LPR. We do not sell data. It says specifically in our contract with you that the city of West Hollywood owns the data. So I'm not sure what those articles are referring to. There's a lot of YouTubers, there's a lot of TikToks, but the hard, fast rule is that Flock does not sell customer data.
Well, it's not the selling of it. I mean, there's articles of Officer Bupkis from Louisiana assisting ICE to detain people by passing information. So that's not selling information.
Correct. So in that case, that's why we built a customizable tool, because we serve 6,000 cities, 6,000 agencies across the country, all have differing values and laws when it comes to civil immigration enforcement. And so in some cities and in some states, that is legal for them to do. Here in California, it is not, and we have put in place the compliance safeguards to make sure that is not used in that fashion.
So I kind of want to go back to Captain regarding the bifurcation of Flock. If it is possible for us to have our own internal system and not share at all. So if Linwood asks for information, we say no. We would only be able to use our data to solve crime within our city.
Yes, we can do that.
So that is possible.
Yes.
It is an option that the council
Yes.
can weigh on.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, I'm going to jump in and thank you for responding to your questions. I think we're done with questions for you, but you're welcome to stay and listen to the rest of this. I want to start by thanking Councilmember Byers and Councilmember Erickson for bringing this issue forward. I think this discussion has helped us understand that we need additional safeguards. Some of those safeguards have to be in our contract with Flock, and part of what the report is recommending is that we direct our city attorney, who's already working on this, to review our contract and make sure that we have the kind of safeguards that we want as a city in that contract. So I'm very supportive of that. As Councilmember Byers said, this is a challenging issue because there are certainly clear benefits to using this technology, but we also need to be mindful that it's not being used in a way that is contrary to our values as a city. So the idea of making sure that our data is siloed within West Hollywood and it isn't automatically shared with the rest of the sheriffs or the county, I think that's a great step that we should be taking. I think we also need to have a discussion about sharing of data. I know the Vice Mayor is saying it shouldn't be shared at all. I'm a little bit worried about that when we would certainly expect other cities to share their data with us when we're trying to track down somebody who's committed a serious offense in West Hollywood. For me, it sounds like some sharing would be appropriate, but we need to have very clear standards. Your response about the act of prostitution, I think that tells me that we need some guidance for your department as to when we wouldn't want our data shared and when we might think it's appropriate. If somebody has committed a drive-by shooting in Beverly Hills and they have a license plate, I think we'd want you to share, I would at least want you to share any data about that vehicle coming through West Hollywood, because it might prevent a serious crime occurring in West Hollywood as well, and that's the kind of crime where we would want the data sharing. So I'm not, at least personally, I'm not willing to go to the place where there's no sharing whatsoever, but I think there need to be safeguards to ensure that the sharing is consistent with the values. So that's kind of where I'm headed with this item, that we, at least from my standpoint, we do not pull the plug on Flock, that we do not end our contract, that we tighten the language of the contract, that we come up with appropriate siloing of the data in the city, and that we have appropriate safeguards for when, if any, you would be sharing it with other agencies. So that's kind of where I'm heading. Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm supportive of clarifying our policy in this landscape. I think it's really essential. I'm not supportive of continuing the partnership with Flock. In hearing that they're a company that manages 6,000 accounts across the country with cities that have varying values than ours, I think we're now coming to a question of what the public's perception of our connection to and relationship with a partner who, regardless of how disputable some of these claims may be, has built a tremendous public media persona around what its values are and what it's willing to do about them, and that leaves me with tremendous concern. We're an LGBTQ sanctuary, we're an immigrant sanctuary community. We know and we see stories from folks across the country who are being driven out of their local communities, who look to places like our city for safe haven. And I do not know what it means to hear everything we have around the public's concerns with Flock and then think that a retooling of the contract is just the best way forward. It's not a matter of questioning whether technology is a tool for better policing equity. We've had studies and reports to this council that know that's the case. We have not put a policy in place that guarantees public safety when it comes to its data share. And we have now established that the vendor that we have contracted with thus far has had issues, to say the least, and I don't want to call them personal abuses. I don't need to get into terminology, but the record has been shared multiple times, and I appreciate members of the public who came out and highlighted their personal concerns. And it was shared that there's a CEO who's challenging people publicly on their feeling of expressing their voice, their sense of what safety means in relationship to these interests that public is investing in. And to hear those words reflected back to us tonight from a member of the public just furthers my feelings of disappointment with this vendor. And I am supportive of us examining what else we could do as a city to look into this technology, finding a different partner, figuring out a pursuit on our own, but I cannot support ongoing relationships with Flock at this time.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hang.
Thank you, Mayor. Trevor, I have a question for you.
I thought we were done with you, but we're not. So
totally fine.
Are there any other cities in California that have instituted hefty financial penalties if the city finds out that data has been inadvertently misused or released?
Yes, specifically off the top of my head, the city of Oakland has.
And what is that structure like?
There's a couple of cities with different levels, typically depending on how big the contract is. But for every instance of unauthorized sharing, there is a financial penalty that is assessed to Flock if that were to ever happen.
Understood. So personally, I see the value in Flock. I'm aligned with the mayor. We need to really safeguard and give direction to build additional parameters to safeguard our data. I mean, just as an example, our transgender community is being attacked right now. And if one of our transgender community members leaves the Abbey or something and then gets assaulted, I would want those Flock cameras to catch the perpetrator, And for me, it's a public safety issue. Like, we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's kind of where I'm at.
thank you. Councilmember Meister, then Councilmember Erickson, and then let's try to reach some kind of resolution.
Yep, and I just just to confirm with the captain that if we have certain crimes that we've deprioritized, we can then, with this one-on-one system that you have going, we could, in fact, say no. We're not going to release any information.
Absolutely,
on that.
absolutely.
And if someone from out of state said we want to catch this person because they violated our abortion laws,
no.
We could absolutely say sorry.
No, we would not.
You're
we
out
would
of
not
luck.
share that information for any abortion.
Okay.
But that would be illegal, right? Because the legislature passed laws to prevent out-of-state sharing.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
yes.
That's good to know. Okay. So, we've had many conversations on this dais that have pitted ideology against practicality. I've seen past council majority vote to defund police, just to reverse it months later after potential negative consequences were going to bite them in the behind. I'm not willing to risk a city's public safety for these reasons, especially when they are a bit naive. And as I've said it before, if you believe that cutting this program will end data getting out there, then you better shut off your cell phones and unplug your internet. While I'm against, obviously the current administration and its very un-American use of ICE, I'm also not willing to throw out the baby with the bathwater in this case, especially when we're in a war where there is possible increase in terrorism in this country and in this state. And that is something we're going to have to worry about as well. An additional public safety risk where this technology could be useful. I'm in favor of strengthening the program, looking for future partners that have corporate leaders more in line with WeHo ideology. That's something that we can look at in the future if this does not work out. But that's going to take time, and I'm not willing to risk the safety of our residents and our businesses while we search for that partner. I also think it's naive to think that Any big company such as Motorola is going to turn down business from a city because they don't agree with our ideology. So I am in favor of staff's recommended next steps. I do appreciate that this item was brought forward so that we are definitely much more aware of our contract and how we can strengthen our contract, and I think we should do that.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Lauren, have you been able to answer my question?
So there's 3 different indemnification provisions in the contract, so it's a little difficult to give a liability assessment here without facts and specific claims on the record. The city does have its standard indemnification language, and then there's a couple different exclusions in the contract. So I think the city has put its best foot forward to try and protect itself from liability and put as much risk on the contractor as possible. However, there are some exclusions in the contract that I couldn't assess on the record without specific facts.
Would you be able to follow up with the city council, or perhaps we could discuss it in closed session at a certain point, because it would involve litigation and other legal aspects that we might want to talk about privately rather than publicly?
Yeah, I can provide you a more detailed explanation of the liability risks.
I'll make my comments quick. I want to thank my colleagues for having this conversation. I also want to thank members of the public. I think this has been a really thoughtful conversation for what we're doing. I also think that this is a moment of time none of us really want to be in or want to actually have to deal with. It was the same thing, and I was talking to some friends about the flag policy that happened was that last year already? Last year, apologies. Time flies. But we never thought we would be at a place where we had a president actively honoring a Nazi and all these horrific things with lowering the flag, right? But our flag policy lasted through Reagan, who was as homophobic as homophobes come, right? And the sheer fact that even he did not do certain things besides kill many of our community members by his lack of action is really unfortunate, right? That we're here at this time. And I want to, I think we all need to look at how we safeguard our data. We are always being watched. That's a given. I know the work that we have to do here publicly as well as making sure that everyone can handle what is to come. And I fear that what is to come is the use and abuse of every inch of surveillance that this administration will try to push on to our communities, unfortunately. There are a number of state laws that are in effect, but as we've seen, litigation only goes so far. So we really have to be careful, and I'm really happy that we're gonna hopefully tighten some of our regulations. I'm looking forward to how maybe we separate that motion, Mayor, and what we could do on those aspects. I do believe in ending the agreement with Flock. I've heard from way too many community members themselves, as well as on both sides, but I have to say that I have gotten, I think it's over 120 calls just in the last week and a half alone from people who are gravely concerned about these issues. And, and I don't want to simplify it or, to quote my colleague, be naive about the public safety issue that really presents itself here, because this goes beyond public safety. I think this goes on to really who we are as a city. And I think when a city like West Hollywood is saying, we want to be as progressive as we possibly can be, but also practical with this monitoring technology to help retrieve stolen vehicles and other pieces. And I was an original supporter of the Flock program, and I want to admit that. And I had a real big change of heart, specifically because of what I read, what I studied, and what I did to educate myself a little bit more. And so I hope this is not a warning for all of us that we could have ended something here if something is to happen. And I think the scariest part for me is that if this administration has done anything to scare all of us, it's that something will happen and that we might be eating our words here. And I am really worried about what is to come if that is the case. And I don't want to have this conversation again after dealing with individuals. I want to also highlight a comment from our colleagues in Culver City, is that yes, they ended their contract with Flock, but then randomly after that, to quote it, a person got arrested after something happened with their police department, and nothing makes sense anymore with how they actually got apprehended by Customs and Immigration with their Culver City Police Department, especially within how they're enforcing license plate readers on their own end. And so I'm trying to ask for more information, but I think even the smallest opening for the federal administration, the Trump administration right now, is going to cause some great hurt, and we don't know what that looks like right now. So those are my comments. Thank you, Fanny, and the public safety team, and all the members of the public who spoke so passionately tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Vice Mayor Hang.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you again for the robust presentation. I just want to reiterate my strong support for not releasing any data, because that ensures that the data remains here. And I understand the mayor's concern about other municipalities releasing data to us. But I think for me, having it all internal, actually, Danny, if I may, if we are able to bifurcate the system and extract the 39 cameras and create our own ecosystem, assuming that the ASAP unit approves it, how will that make auditing Flock harder, easier? What's the process of auditing?
Yeah, so it will, Vice Mayor, it will make it easier currently, because right now the Flock system doesn't have the capability of providing real granular, detailed information by station. And so right now we fall under the umbrella of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department account that was established through Flock. And so any other city, contracted city that has an agreement with Flock, their data, right, falls into that same pool when you're trying to abstract that. So it will make it a lot easier, cleaner for us as a part of, any sort of auditing reports that are needed. So,
So what happens if the council requests an audit today? What's the process like currently?
So currently we're able to abstract that information, but it's all of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department data. So you have every station, right, anybody that has Alper cameras through Flock. So it's a lot more data to shift through. So it takes just that much more time. Whereas again, if you bifurcate, obviously you're just focusing on West Hollywood station-specific data, so which is incorporated in this current pool. Now, it just took a lot more time.
Thank you. And then regarding termination, what is the process of termination of the contract?
So we do have language within the agreement, standard language within the agreement. So there is termination for convenience, and so it's a 30-day notice that we would provide to Flock.
And the city doesn't have to give a reason for any termination?
Yeah, I will kick it over to Lauren Langer, our city attorney, to provide that, but yeah.
Right, termination for convenience means that the city changes its mind. Termination for cause, which is a different provision, means that they have breached in some way, and so that's the reason you're ending the contract. So it was a 30-day notice period that Danny mentioned.
Thank you, City Attorney. So I just want to reiterate, I am in favor of not sharing data because that seems to be a big concern. And that seems to be, for me, the common point, to try to balance the needs of public safety as well as the needs for privacy and protection of our community members. That's kind of where I'm coming from. And I'm not really that thrilled with Flock either. What you did was, or what's been reported in the media, is not good. You guys took no ownership, no responsibility, but I'm glad you're here in public at our public meeting tonight, acknowledging some of the missteps that you as an organization have made. So I thank you for that, because that's been missing in the press. And I'm from a practical standpoint, the city has invested a lot of money. It wouldn't make sense for me to remove those cameras because they would put public safety at risk. So Mayor, I am in favor of not sharing. Thank you.
All right, let's see if we can reach some resolution here and then probably take a break. So I heard at least a majority of the council not wanting to terminate Flock. So do we want to do a motion on that first? And I'll go ahead and make a motion that we continue the contract with Flock, that we not proceed with termination, and then we can talk about some of the specifics, because I think there probably is agreement among everyone. If we do continue with Flock, there needs to be improved language in the contract as well. So I'm going to move that we continue with Flock, and let's see if there's a majority. Then we can talk about what specific direction we want to give on reforming the current policy. Is that okay with people? Or are you comfortable with us just doing this, that there are 3 people in support and 2 people in opposition?
I think we should take a vote.
Let's go ahead and do it, and so it's on the record. So I'll go ahead and move that we continue the contract with Flock. There's a second to that motion, and can we do a roll call on that?
Yeah, and I think this is important, Mayor, before we go, so the public is aware, because there's been such great discussion where the council is at, both good and bad on this.
I think we're all good and bad. Yes. We're missing 1 vote. All right. So we are going to continue the contract with Flock. Now let's get to some of the specific recommendations. Are we all in agreement that there need to be amendments to the contract? Yes, I don't hear any opposition to that, and we'll give that direction to our city attorney to look at amendments, and some of those amendments might include things that you heard tonight, including penalties for inappropriate data sharing, and some of the other issues that we've talked about, okay? And then I think we have to get to the operational issues. And I've heard the vice mayor say no sharing of any sort whatsoever. I don't know if that's something that we all agree on. Are we all in agreement that we want the data to be kept in West Hollywood and not shared and siloed in West Hollywood? Let's put aside the sharing part. We don't want anyone else to have access to the data other than the West Hollywood station.
That's the one-on-one process.
That's sharing.
That's sharing. So it would be only station personnel.
Right.
If I may, I think this is sort of an awkward way to go about it, because effectively we're giving power back to the sheriff to determine when sharing would be allowed. That's really, so I think this is all really a matter of getting clear on a specific policy that we can look at, and having a more specific contract in front of us that we can also sort of weigh in on. And if direction is just to bring back those 2 items, that would probably be more appropriate based on the discussion tonight.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just confused as to why we wouldn't want to share data with the city of Beverly Hills, for instance, and have this, can I finish, please? And have the city share with us when they have someone that they're looking for that we may have found. Maybe we have to have very specific agreements with our neighbors that say, what we share with you, you do not share with anyone else. Would that be comfortable?
That would be part of an MOU that we would have if we would have any sharing outside of the station personnel, is that we would have it in writing that they were going to abide by our policies and not share any information outside of any ICE agents or anything to that effect. It's that they're not sharing any information that they receive from us.
Right, and that if they are asked to share it, that they have to say, no, you have to go to the city of West Hollywood,
So
the source of the data.
I'm getting the sense that we might not be ready to make this decision tonight. And I think that goes to what Councilmember Byers was suggesting. Maybe you need to come back to us with several options. One, no sharing whatsoever. Another option, sharing with specific criteria that are set forth by the city. You also recommended a policy that we make a policy statement that there could be no sharing for immigration, for or assisting federal immigration enforcement. So that may need to be incorporated. But if we have no sharing whatsoever, we wouldn't really need that. But we might want to make that statement anyway. And then you also recommended certain public transparency
Mayor.
measures, including reporting. Yeah.
I'm just concerned because I believe the city of Beverly Hills has very different policing practices than the city of West Hollywood and very different beliefs. While one of my colleagues may agree with those policies a little bit more than I do. I just want to make sure that if we do come back with that direction, I would like to know the differences that we have on the books with the Beverly Hills PD and our sheriff's station, because I won't go much further than that, but I saw you have the same reaction as me in a way, and I just want to make sure that we're not entering into a territory that we might not
And that's
agree
why
on.
I'm suggesting also that if we share with any of our neighbors, that we have very specific criteria that goes with that and agreements that must be followed.
Yeah, and I agreed with your example. We wouldn't want to share for, a sex worker who is engaged in a active sex in a motel. That's just not a priority for us. It shouldn't be a situation where we share, if there's any sharing at all. But I think we're moving towards giving you direction on some of these additional options for us, and unfortunately, this is going to have to come back to us at a subsequent meeting. Are we comfortable with that?
As part of that, the recommendation number 3 on this was about directing staff to deactivate pending some of those updated agreements. I would certainly feel more comfortable, given the blurriness of where we're currently at with the policies, if we took that approach. I'm also hearing that we're in the middle of the continuation of the installation of the total program, so I don't know if there was a date by which we anticipated the full number of ALPR cameras would be operating and the 24/7 real-time watch cameras too. And if maybe those two things get timed, we can officially say it's on under a new policy, but until then, for the sake of clarity and public trust, we don't move forward.
I'm not comfortable with that. I think we have the program in place, and I appreciate your concerns, but the staff report indicated that there was absolutely no misuse of the data that was gathered in West Hollywood. So all of it was used for legitimate law enforcement purposes. I don't want to shut off the cameras for, the public trust issue that you mentioned. I think somebody mentioned moral authority. I think we have a moral authority to keep our community safe and to use all of the tools that are available to do that. Anyway, we're getting back into the debate about the program. Let me ask Danny, do you have enough direction from us tonight?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
Okay, are we comfortable? We may not all be in agreement, but we are comfortable that we've completed our discussion of this tonight, but not the city attorney. Yes.
Maybe we'll do one more motion on the second part to make sure everybody's clear.
Okay, the motion is to give direction to staff. Melissa, do you have a motion?
So in the staff report on page 15, we outlined next steps, which was directing staff to look at contract amendments, and there's additional language about data sharing for immigration purposes, prohibition on searches. Then there's modifying the data sharing settings is another recommended next step. Then consideration of a formal city policy about how data is used with our cameras, and then public transparency measures. And a contingency about the contract termination, adding some language about that. So is that direction that the council is comfortable giving to staff as next steps?
I think we were comfortable with contract amendments, considering adopting a formal city policy. We're still debating data sharing.
Okay.
Public transparency measures. I think I didn't hear any opposition to that, but maybe all of this needs to come back to us.
Yeah.
And the contract termination contingency, I think, is already in the contract, but you might want to look at how we tighten that language. Should we do a motion to that effect?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go ahead and make a motion to that general effect.
Is there a timeline on which that will come back as part of the public transparency part of it?
Let's look at our city attorney. When will this come back?
Actually, I'm gonna
You're
look at
going to
Danny
have
for
to
that one.
negotiate
Right, we have
with-
to negotiate terms, and I think also work out what possible policies could be with LASD, so what are we thinking?
3 months?
3 months?
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
okay.
90 yeah, 3 months. 3 months would be sufficient.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So there's a motion and a second on the floor.
And to be clear, the motion is specifically about update all the policy work to come back.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, in 90 days.
Policy has to come back.
All right, that also was approved 3-2. All right, I think we probably need a break now. Let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back. Thank you to everyone who participated and offered their public comments. Their seats, we're going to get started again. All right, everyone, thank you. We're going to get back to work here. Our next item is E2, and this is an update on additional harm reduction tools. And who's going to give our staff report? Hello. Thank you, Terry. And we do have 2 speakers on this item. You're on.
We have a presentation also.
Oh, okay, great. Well, we almost moved this to consent, so maybe you can be brief.
I can try my best.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
is the only direction we're being asked to give is the location?
I believe so.
Yes.
So maybe you could just tell us where and that's it.
You want to do super brief? We can do super brief.
Well, we do have a couple public speakers on this item, so brief, but not
the
not
briefest?
one sentence brief.
Okay. So do you want to skip the presentation altogether? Just go straight to the, because we can do that also.
Sure.
Okay.
Let me ask my colleagues. Are you comfortable with skipping the presentation?
Okay.
Okay, we'll skip the presentation.
We'll just keep it on this
Okay.
slide here. Well, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Tonight, staff is bringing forward a proposal for a 1-year Community Health Hub pilot program, which is a public health vending machine that provides free access to prevention supplies such as naloxone, fentanyl test strips, sexual health resources, and hygiene products. This item comes forward following council direction to explore additional harm reduction tools that expand access to public health resources and overdose prevention. Community health hubs are publicly accessible vending machines that provide free, anonymous access to health and prevention supplies. They are designed to expand access outside traditional service hours and function as a supplement to existing public health programs. Programs similar to this are already operating in multiple U.S. jurisdictions, including New York City, Cincinnati, Clark County, Nevada, and Bakersfield, as well as internationally. Research shows they increase access to life-saving supplies and have not been associated with increases in crime or loitering in surrounding areas. The city would implement the pilot in partnership with the Los Angeles LGBT Center through its WeHo Life program, which would provide supplies, restocking, and operational support. The estimated first-year cost of the program is approximately $112,900, funded through opioid settlement funds designated for overdose prevention initiatives. Tonight, the primary decision before council is selecting the pilot location. Staff evaluated multiple sites and identified 3 potential options based on visibility, accessibility, lighting, foot traffic, and operational considerations. The first option is the 5-story parking structure near West Hollywood Park, which already includes vending infrastructure and provides a controlled, well-lit environment. One operational consideration is that the structure is closed between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m., so the machine would not be accessible during those hours. The second option is the West Hollywood Park near the 24-hour restroom facilities, which offers strong visibility and accessibility for residents and visitors. The third potential option is along Santa Monica Boulevard within the Rainbow District, which has high pedestrian activity and proximity to nightlife. Because that location intersects with the city's nightlife environment, additional analysis and coordination with public safety and other stakeholders would likely be needed before implementation. The program is structured as a 1-year pilot, allowing the city to monitor utilization, operational conditions, and community feedback. Staff would return to council with an evaluation before any expansion or additional locations are considered. So staff is requesting council authorization to proceed with the 1-year Community Health Hub pilot, approval of the agreement with the Los Angeles LGBT Center's WeHo Life program, and direction on the preferred pilot location. And I am happy to answer any questions along with Derek Murray here, our social services supervisor, and our acting department director, Yvonne Quarker.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff before we hear from the public speakers? Yes, Vice Mayor Hang.
Thank you, Mayor. Social Services Manager Tari, thank you so much for the very robust presentation. It was longer than 2 sentences. This was my item. I thank you for working on this. I mean, you took an item and you elevated it, because not only was it just a harm reduction vending machine before, it is now a community health hub where we're gonna put socks and dry shampoo and toothbrushes that our unhoused community members can access. I am not in favor of putting it inside any type of business establishment. I am in favor of putting the machine somewhere on Santa Monica Boulevard in the Rainbow District so we can meet people where they are when they're walking, going to the club or whatever, and people do things at clubs and bars here, But it would also give access to any unhoused community members that may be walking on the street. But I'm okay with either that option or in the park by the restroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from the public speakers unless there are additional questions. Oh, yeah, you'll wait? Okay, thank you. Our first speaker is Kyle Brazil, to be followed by Alec White. Okay, so we'll hear from Kyle, and Kevin Burton just popped up on he's also on this item? Okay. Okay, so sorry about that, Kyle. Kyle Brazil.
Live in the city of West Hollywood, and I'll also keep my comments brief because I think there's broad support for this. Thank you, Councilmember Hang, for bringing this initiative, and the city staff for working on this. I think this is a great proposal. Fits well within the social services the city of West Hollywood tries to provide to residents. I am pleased to see the city staff report recommends locations that are outdoors. I agree with Councilmember Hang. Prioritizing the 2 locations that could be 24/7 access are preferable so that the community can get to them. I'm glad to see that the feedback from the Human Services Commission and the LGBTQ+ Commission that recommended moving this away from a private establishment and putting it in public venues was heard and received and incorporated into the city staff's report. So highly in favor of this item and look forward to seeing this pilot program come to life. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other speakers other than Alec? Okay. Well, if Alec gets back, then we'll take his comments. Maybe we can turn to discussion. Yeah. Oh, yes, questions. Sorry.
Not a question for you, a question for staff. I just want to have an understanding of how this works, the vending machine, because where it goes, for me, I would need to know that, like exactly how it works. Can anyone just, can a 12-year-old just go and get a syringe? I mean, I'm just trying to understand. I know we want it to be accessible for the right reasons, but we also don't want it to be accessible for the wrong reasons.
Well, I can start and then Derek can jump in. So the machines are just like any other vending machine. We would capture certain data, whether it be, maybe you would select kind of if you are a resident versus maybe someone who's visiting, maybe your zip code, but it wouldn't be any personally identifiable information. We also have safeguards in place where that we can either have timed intervals. So if you're dispensing a particular item, and it's all based on each row. So each row can have a different set of kind of safeguards attached to it. So naloxone, obviously, we would want people to get that pretty immediately, so we likely wouldn't capture much data. You would just go in and be able to select that item and it would come to you. But maybe for the sterile syringes or some other items, there might be some more data that's captured. There may be some time restrictions where you can't select or you can't pull more than one item during a certain time frame. With any activity, there's always, a concern about children, but I would just say that, a 12-year-old is likely not by themselves in the park. And so there's opportunity for a parent or someone that's there to be able to assist them or support them and making sure that they don't go into the machine. But there's also other things that we can add to make it a little bit more difficult that a 12-year-old may not have access to in terms of information, and I'll have Derek speak to that too.
I was buying cigarettes from a vending machine at 12 years old, so I would say that that's probably not the best assumption.
Such a rebel.
Yes,
Yeah,
Council
well,
Member Meister, bad girl.
you know,
We
yeah.
never knew.
So I'm just being honest. I mean, I did see in the report you talked about age, you know, certain things having to do with age, but how do you really know age unless you have someone show an ID card or a license?
Yeah.
Yes, this would be self-report, and what we want to do is make sure it's low barrier, especially for unhoused youth, but we can definitely put some age restrictions in some of the items, like the syringes, for instance. We could make it maybe 12 and under. Might not be able to have access, but we do want kind of older youth to be able to access these materials.
Right, and I understand, but then you're saying self-report, just like I self-reported I was 18. So... all right, thank you.
Other questions for staff? I see Alec is back, so Alec White is our other public speaker.
Thank you so much, all. Alec White, Chair of the West Hollywood LGBTQ+ Commission, and I am speaking in my capacity. So just want to share our statement from the March 12th meeting that we voted on unanimously. We support the implementation of the Community Health Hub pilot program with the express recommendation that any nightlife adjacent to preferred pilot location in the Rainbow District be a public site that is accessible 24/7 and presents no barriers to financial, racial, and gender equity. We oppose selection of any privately owned establishment for the Community Health Hub program. And in my personal capacity, I'm really excited to see that the staff recommendation does note the public side of it. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Other questions, or are we ready to jump into discussion? Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much. So I know most of the consternation around this item was that you had recommended to put it in the Abbey, right? And that is still your recommendation and you're looking for us? Okay, so that's gone off the
Correct.
table. I just want to make sure that that is done. So now you are recommending it go somewhere in the public for it to happen? Great. And that's all you need?
Yes.
Okay. Sounds pretty
Vice Mayor Hang, you initiated this, so.
So just for some context for my colleagues, I was in Palm Springs. I was in one of their establishments called Hunters. They had this machine there. And when our city manager at that time and our director of public safety were in Palm Springs, I asked them to go take a look at the machine. So that is why initially a business here was proposed, but that is no longer on the table. I believe staff has identified at least 2 viable spots that the council can debate on. But that is why a business was selected, just for some background and context. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Byers.
Councilmember Erickson, you had clarity?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So I actually was originally in favor of it being at an establishment. I think given, and I won't get into the long history of the location, but I think that's actually a very prime place for this, given the lots of reporting that we get every single day about it. And so I want to thank staff for actually making a bold recommendation like that. I actually don't agree with the change. I'm happy to go with the majority of council up here and support whatever the will is, but I think having it in a private business as well as in a public space is something I would like to explore at a later date. So I know that this will come back and we'll look at that, but I actually think, like what Vice Mayor Hang was saying, that having it in an establishment is important also for those patrons. I would love to have one in almost every establishment, right? But I know it's a matter of cost. So I originally supported staff's recommendation and think it's actually a smart idea to have it in a place like the Abbey and or the chapel, given the decades-long allegations that go on there. But if we want to have it in the public for younger members of the public to buy naloxone and everything and get crazy. So I would actually like us to, if there is a conversation for us to go back to having it at an establishment, I don't know, but I'll support whatever the majority is here. But that was actually my original intent, was to support it in an actual business.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify, if it's available in West Hollywood Park, the park has restricted hours, or I know it's available.
It's near the 24-hour restroom.
Okay, that's terrific. Okay, so that's to me, that's a great sort of opportunity to make it safe on West Hollywood property. I know Santa Monica Boulevard poses some challenges and therefore delays to implementation. I'm eager to see a pilot get up and going as soon as possible. I too thought the original recommendation and conversation that was kicked around the various commissions was an exciting one, that we were thinking about a hybrid model, a city rooted location, a more public space, and then a private location. And I know that as soon as pilot data starts coming back, we can start making expanded decisions down the road. So looking forward to those days. I do think the park is a great option if it's by the bathroom. Provides people some refuge, especially if they're making some changes and taking care of themselves. Also, there's a block-by-block station close to that area too. I would be worried about the parking garage being too inaccessible. I don't drive, so folks have to have a car to think about a parking garage. And I do think just the Santa Monica Boulevard, while that's probably a long-term goal and a great option for us, and as soon as we can start pursuing that, the better, because I imagine we'll be putting multiple of these throughout the city in years to come. Really excited about this. So my vote is for the park tonight and open to entertaining any other discussion, blind spots I may have.
Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, I mean, what I like about the park is the idea of it being supervised, having the block by the ambassadors there. Sorry, but I don't like the idea of it being so accessible to underage that really aren't utilizing it for the right reasons, and that concerns me, having it in the park. And I also wonder, like, is there a liability issue having to do with that? If a 12-year-old did grab a syringe and then something happened, and then all of a sudden the parent is suing the city for, having this in a public park. And in that respect, I do think that if it's in a private business that is a bar, there's less chance of that happening. And then there's always the Mr. place on Westbourne that's not being used for much.
I didn't even think about that option.
That's a possibility. Do you know what I'm talking about on Westbourne and Santa Monica, where, there's like no activity happening there, hardly ever. So that could be a possibility. But I mean, I understand there are positives and negatives of the locations that you gave. My initial thought was, the parking garage, because we have staff there, but then I also understand that it's not as accessible if someone was in trouble. So I'm open still.
Well, I want to thank Vice Mayor Hang for initiating this. I want to thank our staff for bringing it forward, and the input from the commissions and boards, I think, has been very useful. Obviously, I support the program. I understand why we're doing it. And just to clarify, we're not encouraging people to go out and engage in certain activity, but if they are going to, we want to make sure that they have the tools to minimize the risk and to reduce the potential harm. And I think the fact that you've expanded this to include some additional health-related materials is really just, it's so notable and really brilliant, and I appreciate it. In terms of the location, which is the one thing we're being asked to do tonight, I agree with Councilmember Byers. It will take us too long to get this on Santa Monica Boulevard. Maybe that's an ideal scenario at some point in the future, but I think having it at a location which is accessible 24/7, but is not right on the boulevard, where frankly there are going to be people who are drunk and misusing it, I think it's better to have it in an environment where that kind of activity is less likely to occur. And I like the fact that it is near the block by the security ambassador station. My concern here is, how are we going to evaluate it? And how are we going to look at this in a year to see what was the level of misuse? What was the level of harm that we prevented, so that we have some actual data on the usefulness of this? I think we know from studies that these kind of programs are useful, but we should have that data locally if possible. So I'm hoping that you can look at that. I'm leaning towards the restroom location. I will throw out one caveat, and that is we've had problems with homelessness in the park. We've tried to cut down on that. We don't want this to be a draw or a magnet for people. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think we have to monitor that and be careful that this isn't producing unintended consequences. So those are my comments, and I don't know if anyone wants to make a motion with respect to a particular location for the pilot project. I saw Councilmember Erickson.
Can we have a review of potential unintended consequences sooner than a year? In other words, can we hear back from staff in 3 months once it's set up?
Sure.
To see how things are going in the park as part of this motion.
I'm wondering if 3 months is really a realistic time frame.
I was going to suggest
maybe 6 months.
And Councilmember, I just want to mention that we're going to be collecting a lot of data points. The usage of certain items, when folks register, we'll be able to see what they're using. We'll also want to track linkage to care. So how many times somebody took an item and was linked to the LGBT Center, APLA, or Being Alive. We'd like to track that, as well as the number of syringes that were disposed in the Sharps container to measure how many syringes were distributed versus those that were safely disposed of.
Great.
And something that we may want to consider also, and maybe this happens at 6 months or maybe it doesn't happen until a year, but is having a relationship with businesses where we help them to install these vending machines in their businesses where we don't necessarily pay for it, but we help them to get it started and help them connect the relationships so that if the Abbey wants to have one, or the Chapel, or Mickey's, or wherever, that they can do that, and we can help them do that more efficiently, hopefully.
Yeah, it's just kind of like with the drink test spiking strips and everything else that I know that they eventually agreed on. I thought it was a nice trend. This is a larger, obviously, expense, but something that was like that. So my motion would be to move forward with the park location near the security ambassador's kiosk for 24/7 accessibility, with a report back first to the Human Services Commission and then to Council, Human Services and the LGBTQ Commission, because they both were the two main ones that I was reading in the minutes, and then up to Council after they reviewed. So ideally, you're probably coming to us after 7 months. But within 6 months, it would be great. And to give direction, or maybe you've heard it, for our Economic Development Department to reach out to other businesses to see if they have feasibility or interest, thank you, in exploring this in their actual site, to what Vice Mayor Hang was saying earlier.
And we've started that process. We've already started reaching out through EDD, so yes.
Great.
Okay, I see a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? I don't see any, so we can go ahead and vote. Thank you, and thank you to the speakers on this item. We'll now move to item E3. Yvonne, don't leave. And we do have one speaker on this. I don't think we need a full report. You had some questions, comments, and we do have one speaker. Do we need the staff report? No? Or then why don't we just go right to the public comment? And if you're ready, Stephanie Harker.
Good evening, Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. I'm all for the ice rink. I think it's a great idea. But again, and I have said this in the Budget Committee, and I know you can't take from one pot and put it into the other without changing the budget, but I just feel, in light of the discussion that just happened on the previous item, that 686, wait, sorry, that's the prior number, 351,003 is just, I feel like that could be used in better places. Maybe just do 2 weeks of the ice skating rink instead of 3 weeks. This would, if you did it for 400,000, you'd have 100,000 to spend. Again, I know you can't take it from one pot to the other, but I do think it's not a good use of the city's money and the citizens' tax money. I'd like to see more of the machines that have things to do with health and harm to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the only speaker we have on this item, and Councilmember Meister, I believe you had question or comment? Both. Okay.
So I guess one question I had is, you mentioned in the staff report that costs could possibly be lowered if the rink was used the basketball courts. Do you have an idea of how much savings that would be?
Good evening, everybody. How's it going? So we were doing some exercises.
Can you identify yourself for the record?
So sorry. Hi, Lee Dowd, JJLA. So when I was going through the budget exercise for looking at the basketball court over the grassy area, the stage deck that has to be put down in order to make the ice rink level on the grass costs roughly $50,000 to $75,000 more than moving the rink over to where it may be a little bit more level.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you, Lee.
Of course.
So I'm just going to say, I mean, over the 21 days, there were 3,500 tickets, and even though the net cost ended up being $100,000 less than what it was originally planned or thought that it could be, the net price is still over $500,000, which means the cost is over $160 per person who used the rink. And I just think that that's a lot of money for us to pay for someone to go ice skating. And also that $580,000, does that include staff time or not include staff time?
Hi, Stephanie Martinez, Recreation Services Manager. Staff time is allocated just as incorporated to oversee and work with JGLA communications team, marketing, everything else that we oversee. But JGLA does work with Ice America as far as the staffing for the rink. We do not do that. Ice America does that.
But
and
so it's not
oversees
included. Any time that you put into it was not included in the costs that were
city staff, correct?
Right, city
No.
staff. Okay. Okay. So that's it. I just have concerns about $160 per person. That's just how I feel.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the staff. I want to thank JJLA. I love the ice skating rink. I frankly was there at the park way too many times in December, probably because I think it was so active. There's like a holiday mart. There was a holiday fest. There was lots of fests and festivals, as Yvonne and Jennifer and the team are remembering now, maybe with a little bit of an eye twitch. But I saw a lot of families having a lot of joy and a lot of fun. I understand the price point conversation, but if there is anything that this city can continue to do to create joy and fun for individuals, it's great. And luckily, in our work here as a city, we are able to provide that for people. And I think seeing and talking to as many family members and community members as I did, they came from all over, to enjoy it. And so I think it was actually a good investment and a fun time. I actually agree with moving it to the basketball courts. It's always a little too crowded for me because I'm always afraid I'm going to just fly up, and I have these horrific scenarios of like my ice skates doing or cutting my hand off. That's trauma I have to deal with in my own therapy sessions. However, I think if it is a cheaper route, I would like to explore that for years to come. And I think we're just getting started here at Again, and this is really what year one should look like, considering last year we had the horrible fire incidents. And I want to say that what I did hear from the groups and the organizations that bought it out, they are coming back. They want to do more. This was a first push. I see you shaking your head because they've been agreeing. But also, it was great to see us tackle the heated rivalry fun of it all in many ways, shape, and form. That was used all over social media to help get free press in that way. So I actually support this moving forward. Would love to see if the will of the council moves to a bigger space in that way, if that's what we would like, or give that option to explore that in the future. But I really focused on the families and the kids having a lot of smiles and fun. And frankly, I spend $160 in like the stupidest crap, like every single day. Like, I gotta let you know, like, I mean, if families shouldn't have to spend a lot of money, but I gotta let you know, we all spend a lot of money that we shouldn't be on a lot of stuff we shouldn't need to. And this is something that I think the city should be spending money on, so.
Vice Mayor Hang.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for this presentation. And I want to thank, I believe the mayor brought this item initially, yes. Right? So thank you. I thought the event producer did a stellar job. And I have complete faith in them that, you know, they're securing sponsors. The staff report indicated the possibility of doing packages, which might lower the costs for families. I had a blast. I too also saw families with kids. Clayvon was there, smiling every day, you know, with his positive attitude. And yeah, I had a great time. I thought I was Christy Yamaguchi until I fell.
Jesus God.
So I'm in support of this item. Thank you.
He did fall. It was actually something that I hope we got on video. If we could show that somewhere, please.
Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. Yeah, the ice rink cost has been a concern. I know this was effectively year one, and so I'm heartened that there are commitments returning from some of those, you know, buyouts that happened. I know with the longer runway, JJLA always does incredible things to really create a schedule of events and programs that is desirable to folks from all ages and backgrounds. Remind the public why we didn't pursue Plummer Park. I think when we talk about families and kids, Plummer Park is the park that comes more readily to mind, but that West Hollywood Park ended up becoming the destination. I remember it as sort of a means to activate the broader business community, that there is more park space so we can utilize, you know, for festival sort of market type events as we saw last year. That's sort of the thinking that will continue this year.
Yes, correct. And we had our Winter Wonderland that we house here at West Hollywood Park. So in partnering with that, now we're adding on to that event. And then also partnering with the Rainbow District Winter Market to expand that. And we'll continue to look at other options to partner with or add on additional city events that are already happening or programming that we can also bring here.
When the item first came up, I was concerned that it was going to become sort of a runaway program that we weren't going to continue to see evolved. The fires, the first year of it, really didn't give us our best sense, but seeing what it became last year with that market activation and hearing about the connectivity between some of our regularly scheduled recreation events, I think is great. I also saw in the report alignment with LAUSD's school schedule, so that's a consideration. I will say, while cost has been a major concern in my mind, I don't support it moving to the basketball court. I think that actually takes away an amenity that our community relies on and enjoys. We have some of the most fabulous outdoor basketball courts in the whole region, and it's just not replicated on the East Side Park space. So while it is an added cost, I think we have a better park access and space for the whole public to enjoy. Now, I can be convinced if it's really a matter of something. I know we close down those courts often for other uses, but if it's a matter of cost and cost alone, I wouldn't support it. I think the investment back into the public good and having those basketball courts open, especially through a time when people are on break, enjoying more time with their company and friends, is really essential. Otherwise, I'm eager to see a more complete and well-publicized schedule moving forward, and hopeful that, I know ticket sales are never meant to offset the cost. It's really about making sure that there's some sort of balance, but I'm really excited to see what will move forward again this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that I'm not criticizing the production, and I think that, you know, I'm sure families had a good time. What I'm concerned about is the cost to the city, the actual cost to the city, which is the $160 per person. But what I would suggest, even if I don't support this item, is that we also have our economic development department follow up as well when we do it next time, so that we see what other benefits it's bringing to the city. If in fact it is bringing people from all over the place, and where are they spending their money in addition to the skating? So that would be my suggestion.
I saw Councilmember Meister push Vice Mayor Hang while getting a pack of cigarettes on that vending machine. So I understand now.
All right, we're deteriorating here.
You wouldn't find me near a skating rink.
You were very precocious.
I support moving forward with this, and I also enjoyed the skating rink. And unlike Vice Mayor Hang, I didn't fall, because at my age I'm not allowed to fall because I won't be able to get back up. I agree with Councilmember Byers, moving it to the basketball courts just to try to save a small amount of money is not a good idea, because we would be giving joy to those who are skating and taking away joy from all of the basketball players. And as you mentioned, we already do close the basketball courts for significant events, and I don't want to increase that. I do think that there are opportunities for more partnerships with local schools, West Hollywood Elementary, the Center for Early Education, Gardner Street, Rosewood Elementary, and I hope that we can really foster that and encourage more skating lessons. There are opportunities to get more publicity around this. I thought the Heated Rivalry Stars being at the event was wonderful. I think we need to try to replicate that. But I am supportive of this. I think moving forward with this, people now know about it, and there are entities that are looking to come back because they had a great time. And I agree that we should be looking with our economic development department, how do we partner with the businesses to host events for their employees or their customers, and then have a special event at the Abbey or at Beaches or one of the other establishments. It sounds like there's strong support from at least a majority of the council. Does somebody want to make a motion? And there's a second to approve moving forward with the next year. Staff, you have enough direction here?
Yes. Yes, we do.
Great.
Thank you so much.
All right, we have approved this on a 4-1 vote. Thank you, everyone. And now we will turn to item E4, and our event staff, who were up very late last night with all of the Oscar parties. We have tormented them by making them stay late again tonight.
I did warn them last night, Mayor.
It's not that late. And they are troopers. Do we need a staff report on this?
Perhaps the subcommittee could maybe, because did you already have a meeting about this, Mayor and Vice Mayor?
We did, but maybe we should let the staff give a brief report and then we can supplement it. And do we have any speakers on this item?
We do not, Mayor.
All right, great, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Carrie McCormick, Event Services Coordinator. Also at the staff table this evening are Yvonne Corker, Director of Community Services, Cleo Smith, Event Services Manager, and Megan Reith, Event Services Supervisor. At its meeting on October 6th, 2025, the City Council approved the dates and core programming elements for WeHo Pride 2026. This year's event will be held from June 5th to June 7th. Oh, yeah, presentation. Sorry. I can continue.
Yeah.
This year's event will be held from June 5th to June 7th and will feature Friday night at Out Loud, the WeHo Pride Street Fair, Out Loud Music Festival, the Women's Freedom Festival and Dyke March, the WeHo Pride Parade, and 2 community events, one highlighting the sober community and one highlighting the older adult LGBTQ+ community. Tonight's item requests the approval of various agreements and other administrative items and requests that the council consider participation in World Pride. Recommendation 1 through 6 recommends the approval of agreements related to the production of the event. Recommendations 7 through 9 outline the recommended fee waivers for JJLA and businesses hosting Pride-related events during WeHo Pride weekend. Recommendation 10 requests the approval for event-related street closures and facility closures, and Recommendation 11 requests the waiver of citywide residential permit parking restrictions for WeHo Pride weekend. And finally, Recommendation 12 and 13 relate to the city's participation in the Amsterdam World Pride Canal Parade. This item was budgeted as part of the regular FY26 budget process, and cost savings in other areas of the approved budget would be used to support these additional expenditures outlined in the report. So this item is not asking for any additional money at this time. Staff is available to answer any questions that you may have about WeHo Pride and the item before you. And also here this evening is Jeff Consoletti of JJLA, the city's hired production partner for WeHo Pride. Thank you.
Are there any questions for staff at this point?
I have a couple questions.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Great to see you all again. I am concerned about the rising costs that we seem to be having with inflation and tariffs and world wars and lots of oil prices, all the things, right? And I'm concerned that some of these figures don't take into account that amount for this coming year. Is there an appetite for the council or perhaps with you all to look at what is also a flexible amount that we need to authorize for JJLA to meet increased cost demands that I think are going to come up? Public safety is always number one. That always is out of this world in terms of charges, paramedics, you name it. But food, vendors, I mean, insurance rates are quite high. And I know, and looking at some of the numbers back and forth, I am concerned that this number may be a little too low. And so, well, some of the numbers might be too low. I can go into more specifics, but wanted to see what flexibility is given in this report.
So the item before you does request the reallocation of some of the budgeted funds to essentially add $250,000 to the production overall, and cost savings in other areas of the allocated budget would be used to cover that $250 additional for production itself.
Why 250? Why not like 4? Or 3? 325? I mean, do you understand where I'm coming from? How did you get to 250?
JJLA provided a budget to staff that talked about the increases, and we came up with the number of 250 based on that budget.
Is it appropriate, Mayor, to ask Jeff a couple of questions? I mean, he's done Pride now for 5,000 years in the city of West Hollywood, give or take a few. But, given the production costs and values, is there something that we are not seeing in this report or not getting in this way? I just want to make sure that we're providing success for the operation itself.
So you had a question for Jeff?
Yes, please. In the production world for this big of a festival, what are some of the unknowns that we're not thinking about that the 250 is going to not be able to cover? I mean, that money's going to go quick.
We worked in tandem with the city manager's office and the events team on reviewing all of the costs associated with production. And you're right, we are seeing in the past 5 years, WeHo Pride continues to develop at a pace that's a little bit of an anomaly. Like, for it to be 5 years old, it's growing, at hundreds of % in attendance and size year over year, which is a great thing. Also, California had a really intense year, as we all know. So insurance rates, public safety rates, infrastructure rates, et cetera, labor rates are significantly higher. The city budgets on a 2-year cycle, something that now I'm adjusting to and working so closely with you all. So the prices, what we had aligned on for 25 and 26 were slightly lower, and that's the exercise that we did to be able to allocate costs accordingly. And I think we're able to, now as we're budgeting for 27 and 2028, which we also will anticipate will bring some higher costs, particularly because of events like the Olympics, we'll be able to forecast a little bit more correctly, I guess, right from the get-go on what expected costs we'll have. Especially if we're maintaining the event at the same size and scale, which we are continuing to do. So we're not trying to grow the event any more than it is. It seems like the council has been pleased with the size of the event and the amount of programming that we have. So we're just trying to sustain that while also dance with ever-changing costs in California.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So are you comfortable with what staff has proposed for 2026?
For 2026, I think we're aligned, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you. I'm sure you would love more money,
but
yes, wouldn't we all?
I've just been looking at some of the other figures, and I just wanted to make sure that WeHo Pride is a signature event. I just want to make sure our producers have the amounts to make it a success, because it brings in an economic input of how much to the city?
I believe it was I believe it was over $36 million from the report that came out.
There's a couple ice rinks for you.
Yeah, it was a yes, it's a good number. I feel like the event is driving a lot back into the community and into the businesses, into the hotels, et cetera, and we're getting that feedback consistently from the business owners as well. So it's the program, we're really pleased with how the program continues to develop.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hang and then Councilmember Byers.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, and thank you, Jeff. I am actually in agreement with my colleague, Councilmember Erickson. Costs are going up. And Councilmember, WeHo Pride 2025 generated $24 million in food. Lodging was $15 million. Retail was $8 million. Transportation was $4 million. And this is from the report that was presented by staff in December of 2024. It was an economic impact report. $15 million for hotels. That was the total lodging spending by WeHo Pride overnight visitors. The hotels themselves generated over $2 million, and with the TOT tax of 12.5%, the city made $252,000. So this is a significant investment in a major event, which is part of the fabric of our community. So I, for one, am in alignment with providing JJLA with additional resources, because at the rate this is going, it's going to be double this year.
Great.
And in terms of helping, in terms of generating money for the community.
Thank you. Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. Really excited about the plans this year. My first year and 2 of being off the Pride Subcommittee, so I've been really eager to see this report come back, see what you've all been working on. Really thrilled to hear about this older adults LGBTQ event for the community, the way that we've continued to just make sure that this is really honing in on the different audiences, feels so special and unique. Jeff, I don't have any questions for you if you want to sit down, but I can't speak for the rest of them. Just wanted to relieve you. I know the discussion tonight is really about making a decision between investment and World Pride. I don't think you're asking for our discussion or agreement on anything else. Just so wanted to sort of zero in on that. My understanding is there's 2 options on the table. One is about a city and WeHo Pride specific floats in the Canal Parade. And then the second sounded like a co-sponsorship of something bigger that would be, like the city sort of bottom lining an opportunity for the whole North American continent. At first I said, well, why not make the bigger investment? But I think there's a missed opportunity by not just honing in on the city's own float. And speaking from the experience at World Pride in DC, having West Hollywood so branded, so visible, was a truly remarkable experience. And just to feel that sense of connection coming from the streets of DC, seeing the float in the broadcast, that all felt really great. So I just wanted to clarify that that's what we were talking about, the difference and distinction between a city-specific float in the Canal Parade versus some investment in a bigger support mechanism.
So the first recommendation in the report is what staff recommends, which is inclusion in the existing Out Loud parade float, as like WeHo Pride being the sponsor of that. So it would be a partnership with Out Loud that already is participating in the Canal Parade. And the second option, like you mentioned, was sort of being the title sponsor of the North American float.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that clarity.
And I just want to offer, I know Jeff just sat down, but I think perhaps JJLA, who has participated in the Amsterdam Pride event before, could offer a little more clarity, because our understanding is that it is not entirely similar to DC, and that it wouldn't just be a WeHo Pride float. So I just want to make sure that that's entirely clear before you all make your decision. So if Jeff maybe wants to say a little more.
Yes, so Amsterdam is hosting World Pride this year. The Amsterdam Pride Parade occurs in the canals. It's a very competitive parade with very limited amount of entries. Out Loud has partnered with a nonprofit organization in Amsterdam, and we've just been very active in the inner Pride community over the years. And we sponsored a float with this organization last year, and we won, which means we're automatically entered into the parade again. So Out Loud will be returning. We would love to have the city participate with us, and if in that option, the float would be branded Out Loud at WeHo Pride, and that would be how we would all participate. Option two is Inner Pride, the organization that oversees all of the prides worldwide, hosts 5 floats, 1 per continent, in the parade. That float could be presented by either the city of the North American float remains unsponsored right now. There will be other pride organizations from North America that are on that float, and it's the North American contingent in the World Pride Parade. And the city of West Hollywood or WeHo Pride could brand that float. The organization like Amsterdam Pride, they provide the float to you. It's just printed signage on the side of it, and they invite the guests from multiple pride organizations. But that would be more directly like City of West Hollywood branded in the parade.
Thank you for breaking those 2 options down. And that's really what you're all asking us to decide between those 2 options for that recommendation number 12. Okay.
And Jeff, while you're up there, if we do go with you, it'll be Out Loud in West Hollywood or something, so West Hollywood's
we would
name
brand
would
it.
be.
Correct. We would brand it just how the Out Loud Music Festival at WeHo Pride is branded. So that way, that whole logo lockup would remain the same.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, so I think that's a better opportunity for us, is to Out Loud at WeHo Pride. I mean, I think that's really how you market the city, and we would be more unique, and we are already partners, so I think that would be my vote to go with that.
I tend to agree with that. You are asking us to approve the normal recommendations that we do with respect to the Pride event, but the sort of out of the ordinary recommendation is 12 and 13. Do we want to go with Out Loud, or do we want to be part of this North American float that is yet unsponsored? And do we also want to authorize a city delegation? Should we deal with that first and then talk about the other routine items?
I feel like the other routine items we could just get done.
They're routine.
I mean,
You want to just do those?
I just think just get that done and then we can.
Okay.
I mean, I'm happy to make that motion.
Okay, you want to make
Yeah.
the motion that we approve the routine items. That's items 1 through 11.
Yes, please.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Can we vote on that? Okay. And that's approved. Great. Now let's deal with participation and authorization.
I just wanted to say that when we were at World Pride last year, the amount of people that came up to us as council members in West Hollywood, you had a friend that stalked the float and demanded photos of the float, just for the record. But it really spoke a level of solidarity across the world. I mean, it was quite unreal, even going down the whatever the route was. So I would really encourage us all, or whoever would like to go, to attend. It was, especially in a world right now where hatred and bigotry is on the rise, a city like West Hollywood stands above the rest. And so I think it's important for a delegation of us to go and for things to be covered and taken care of, so that way it's cleaner. In that way, I know we have that international little rule. I'm happy to work on an item myself to amend that, but travel and lodging I think should be covered by the city, and we should approve a delegation to go and participate fully in World Pride in Amsterdam. So that's where I'm at on this, Mr. Mayor.
So that's on item number 13, which is to authorize the delegation. The other question is, should we participate with JJLA's Out Loud float? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think
Is that, we're all in
Yes.
agreement on that? Okay.
sounds like that's the competitive float to be on, so.
I did see photos from last year. I see why they won.
Yeah.
So.
I have just two thoughts here. One, Visit West Hollywood. I don't know if they want to be participating with this, whether they participated previously, but that should be something that is explored, that they be part of the delegation. And then secondly, I just want to mention that the event, I believe, is on Sunday before a council meeting, or is it on a Saturday? Oh, it's the first Saturday in August, and we have a council meeting the first Monday after that. So I don't know if people are.
We've always, I mean, I hate to say it, but there's nothing, we can always reschedule to an alternate Monday if it makes most sense. If that's the
Well,
will.
let's think about that as we think about planning for this event, whether we want council members to be tired, and because that's a long travel from Amsterdam, and you're not going to be able to leave Saturday, and probably will not be able to get back until late Sunday or maybe even Monday. So that's something that we can ask the city clerk to think about later. Councilmember Meister.
And I would just, since you brought up Visit West Hollywood, you may also want to consider Emerald Village as part of the coalition that goes, because that's kind of the perfect place, right?
Right.
And they were there just a few months ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And I do want everyone to know that as you said, the parade is on the canals, so you would actually be on boats, which I will not be on. All right. Do we have consensus on this? Do we need a motion?
So
you want a motion? Okay.
We're spending money. We need a motion.
Okay.
So I propose a motion to support the city participating along with Out Loud on their float, the option that staff recommended, and authorizing a city delegation, including council members, staff, Visit West Hollywood. Emerald Village was also named.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also would that include airfare and lodging for the council to go?
I think that's what would be
Great,
discussed.
just want to make sure, because I thought there was a little.
Yeah.
I think we have to specifically approve it at the council.
Great, just want to
Yeah.
make sure, so.
Yeah, so I think there would be a separate item that would come back.
Is that how it works? Okay.
Great.
Fine.
Because we would, to add to the list and then to indicate which staff are going and what's going to be covered.
Cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
for AB 1234 purposes. Yeah.
The city manager will bring that back to us. All right.
Hang on one second.
The motion fails. We haven't even voted, Melissa.
I know. Oops.
Oh,
It actually is 5-0.
yeah. Yeah.
We should double press
She
the
did
button.
it for the record.
Yeah, okay. It's 5-0, all in agreement. All right, great, thank you, and thank you for last night and all the work you did with
Truly
the Oscar parties. We will now move to, I think F1 and F2 were moved to consent, so F3 is our next item.
The smart bathroom policy.
What?
The smart bathrooms that got held from consent.
Oh, did we move F3 to consent?
No, it's just that Melissa suggested, or somebody suggested the item that we pulled.
Oh, oh, right, thank you, sorry, okay. I'm sorry. And do we need a complete staff report on this? No, but maybe just a update for the public, what we're considering here.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Philip Tycoon, and I am the Facilities and Field Services Manager. So the item before you is on an item that came before council a little while ago. Here before you, staff is going to give you an update on the site investigations for the Smart Public Restroom Pilot Program in the Mid-City area of West Hollywood. We're seeking approval of staff's recommendation for the unit to be located at 8461 Santa Monica Boulevard. We're also seeking council's direction to return with the final program details and a funding request as part of the fiscal year 26-27 budget cycle. So just as some background on the item, on November 3rd, 2025, City Council directed staff to explore and evaluate options for additional public restrooms in West Hollywood, including implementation of a pilot program to install smart public restrooms in the mid-city area, accessible 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and to return to City Council with proposed program details and a funding request. Previous efforts to expand the restroom access include the implementation of a 24-hour restroom facility at West Hollywood Park and the establishment of a process to evaluate the feasibility and adding outdoor restrooms at Plummer Park Community Center following the completion of planned restroom renovations. So some of the areas that we actually assessed were 8461 Santa Monica Boulevard, which is adjacent to the Veterans Memorial. Also, the parking lot between 8325 Santa Monica Boulevard, which is the former Coast Playhouse, and 8315 Santa Monica Boulevard, the former Crossroads. The third and final location was Crescent Heights parking lot at 8120 Santa Monica Boulevard. Each one of these sites was assessed based on installation feasibility, visibility, accessibility, servicing logistics, proximity to commercial uses, ADA compliance consideration, ramp placement, and service requirements and sun exposure necessary to support the solar-powered components. So after evaluating all three sites, staff is recommending the first site proposed, which was 8461 Santa Monica Boulevard. Because of its accessibility to the sidewalk on Santa Monica Boulevard. Also, its area allows for self-contained bathrooms to receive sufficient sunlight to be able to be sustainable and power the unit itself. In addition, the site benefits from an ambassador being nearby. So it was one of the best locations out of the three. previously mentioned the site between 8325 and 8315. There's a lot of trees in that location, so there's the sun issue. Also, the unit itself would, because of the placement, it would take up various parking spaces in that area. So there's a loss of revenue potential there. Also, the exit and entrance of the units is out into a drive aisle in the parking lot, so that actually raises some concerns about safety. Also mentioned 8120 Santa Monica Boulevard. So that area received sufficient sunlight. It was visible by the public and accessible. The only issue is that because of the location that we identified best suited for it, there might be some maintenance issues just because of the parking lot and some of that. So in our item tonight, we're proposing the 8461 Santa Monica Boulevard location for your review and approval.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have questions? Councilmember Meister has a comment.
One of the reasons that I didn't want this on consent is I feel like we do need to have a discussion about where this is placed. I have concerns with it being on where you have it on Santa Monica Boulevard near the park. That's also an area that, since we put the interim housing facility, that a lot of the neighbors and the businesses were very concerned about that, and I don't want to feel like they're just being inundated. I look at 8120 Santa Monica Boulevard as there aren't any public comments, are there?
No.
Okay. As more of what I see as a better opportunity, that I don't believe that parking lot is fully utilized. It's center city. It sort of takes it away from the park. I don't know that it's such a great idea to have it right. I mean, it's not really, Veterans is not considered it's a park, but it's not like a park that people are playing at and whatever. It's more of a respite, and I just think that placement would be better at 8120 Santa Monica Boulevard.
Thank you. Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. I remember from my first times on the homelessness subcommittee, there were discussions about this bathroom item, not this one specifically, but bringing more public restrooms online. It's how we got to the 24/7 bathroom at West Hollywood Park. Ultimately, I think the more public restrooms we have throughout the city, the better. This is a pilot to sort of test the model. The concern I would have with the parking lot at Crescent Heights and Santa Monica that you're referencing is that it's really not in a highly trafficked area, and the point of having a public restroom is it's there when we need it. Not that people have to go out of their way or sort of search for it. It's in a visible location, and I think the value of having it at that fork in the road right at Holloway Santa Monica as it splits at the Veterans Fountain area. It's across from a big, Barney's Beanery, right, the business that has a lot of foot traffic. It's at a place where people are riding bikes past the city. There are other services in the area with the CVS there. I just think it's a much more visible and engaged area of the city. If we're going to be testing the utility of a public restroom through a pilot, we want to put it in a place that maybe elicits some concerns that we can get feedback from and wrestle with meaningfully. But it's a pilot to test that exact thing for that reason. I think ultimately the purpose of the public restroom is that they're accessible, and this feels like a much more accessible choice given the two.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hang.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I'm also in agreement with Councilmember Byers. I feel that 8120, it's too far removed from the streets, and then there's really no ambassador kiosk that's right there except in Vaseline Alley, like way on the other side. So because it's so far removed, like I feel like if we put it there, it might invite activities that we wouldn't want at the restrooms. But I do think that having it at 8461 for me makes the most sense because there's an ambassador kiosk there. It's a high foot traffic area, and like Councilmember Byers said, that people will likely use the restroom there because it's visible. Thank you.
Thank you. No comments. I didn't support the item to begin with. I appreciate the work that's been done. I think this location is appropriate. I do share Councilmember Meister's concerns. My primary concern here is this has been promoted as an opportunity to address some of the complaints that we get from our businesses about unhoused individuals urinating in their doorways or in their back alley. And I think this is not going to solve that problem, because the people who are doing that, they're not going to walk 4 blocks to get to the public restroom because they simply don't care. And we've seen it time and time again. It's not a matter of whether there's a public restroom available, because there are public restrooms available in the park, and there are some people who just don't care, and they will pee on the sidewalk on Santa Monica and Robertson. So I appreciate the initiative, but I just don't think it's going to solve the problem we're trying to solve. Does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll motion to support the staff's recommendation of the smart restroom pilot at the location that I don't want to say because I might get it wrong. But it's the
Veterans Memorial.
The Veterans Memorial.
Sal Guariello
I was going to
Park.
call it the Holloway
Yeah.
Santa Monica merger. I support the recommendation. I also just want to add to, while it was pitched as a solution to some of the issues regarding the unhoused community, I think the more cities have public restrooms available, the better supported those cities are to all people and their experiences. People will stay out longer, people will enjoy the public space, get to go on walks and not have to rush home or rush into a business to pay to do their business. Thank you.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote. And it passes 3-2. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to F3. I don't know that we need a staff report. Does anyone need a staff report? Okay. So we can move right to council member questions or comments. Yes, Councilmember Meister, yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, thank you for this report. I really appreciate it. This came from an item that I had initiated a few years ago, and I think it is very interesting to see that corporate investment of single-family home purchases have increased 143% since 2010, and individual purchases have decreased 64%. I personally find that concerning, but also, I think you have the recommendation to be more focused on what we track in the future, and you say on single-family housing but I would also add to keep track of the corporate investor purchases in rental buildings, 2+ units, and the reason for that is that those purchases are likely impacting our existing rental stock. And I think it's really important that we are aware of trends, because those types of purchases end up Ellising out tenants for development, for new development. And so I would just ask that not only do we keep track of the single family housing, but we also keep track of the 2+ apartment buildings with regard to corporate investor purchases. The other thing is that I would ask staff to come back, and I don't know if it's coming back in 2 years or it's coming back in a year or it's whenever you have time to do it, but I would say that the other thing I would like to see you come back with is to find ways, if there are ways that cities can discourage corporate ownership through policy. And I don't know what those policies are. I'm not, that's not in my bandwidth, but I think that would be an important thing for us to look at as we see these trends. Because even the the 2+ units, 40% of the total 2+ unit buildings are owned by corporate investors. So, and our mom and pop people are going away, and again, we're Ellising out, and a lot of things are happening. So that's what I would like to see.
I guess I disagree slightly with the interpretation of the data. I think it's very common for mom and pop investors, if they are buying property, to buy it with a corporate entity. So they're not going to buy it in an individual name. They're going to create an LLC, or they're going to create a corporate entity for their real estate investments, because that provides them protection from certain types of lawsuits. So I didn't see anything in the data that I found really alarming or unduly concerning, other than the way single-family homes are being purchased. But even then, I suspect that a lot of it is single-family homes that are being purchased by entities who are planning to demolish them and develop multi-unit dwellings. So that might be more interesting information that we could get. If it's all of West Hollywood West being purchased by a corporation, that would be concerning. But if it's a lot of single-family homes in multifamily neighborhoods that are being purchased by an LLC or similar type of entity to eventually develop, that is what is happening in all of those districts. So I don't know where we want to go with this. Staff has a particular recommendation for additional review. Is there other discussion here?
I just wanted to add, I appreciate your interpretation, Mayor, of the findings. I was sort of heartened to see that there isn't a huge amount of corporate ownership that is owning more than 10 parcels or properties at a time in our city. I think those sort of massive conglomerates pose specific challenges to a municipality like ours that's trying to work with and coordinate, that sort of scale of investment isn't happening. And I think on the other side of the spectrum, the homeownership rates declining from this sort of single individual owned space, the opportunity ahead would be to build more homes that people can buy. And I think if that's a story that our city is interested in, and seeing the rate of individual home ownership decrease, not just single family homes, to me, that's a sign that we can be building more homes that can be for purchase long-term in our city, seeing those trends shift. So I appreciated the information. I think it helped give us some information back that demystified some of the big fears or myths that were out there. It really helps us chart trends moving forward, and I appreciate staff's recommendation for a 2-year report. I think that's probably a lot, and we'll see how it goes after 2 years. It could be further down the road. But I know we're in a moment, too, of things transforming locally. As the mayor noted, more purchasing happening to make long-term plans. So I think charting these trends is valuable, and I'm grateful for the information that was shared today.
So staff's recommendation is to establish a every 2-year reporting cadence. And I don't know if anyone wants to make a motion to that effect. Sorry. I don't see anyone making a motion. If there's no motion made, then this action will
receive and file this.
Will be received and filed, and no action has been taken. All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to our next agenda item, which is to, let's see, it is F6, I believe, correct? All right, and this is from Councilmember Erickson. Do you want to briefly explain this? Yeah.
This has been an item I know now Supervisor Horvath has worked on after much pushback from our city attorney and failure. And this is something that I've been working on with our city attorney for a number of years, but I finally said I would love for the council to make a decision. I love what we're doing for the city, but other cities seem to do this without the fear of every lawsuit bending down upon them. So I would really love to see if our city would like to explore having a tree lighting and menorah lighting ceremony. The private ones themselves, while they're done great, I think Beverly Hills, as well as other people, take great pride in these communities, and I see this happening in Lomita and other contract cities, and so I'm not really fearful of the litigation risk that I know our city attorney will talk about, maybe, with great cause to it, but I really think this is a great chance to bring our communities together in this beautiful way that we have. So that's why my impetus for this item. So I said, let the council decide, and then I'll finally stop trying to bring it forward. So there you go.
Questions or comments or thoughts?
Since you brought it up, I would like to ask the city attorney what her feelings are about this and why it's been discouraged and what liability.
Very nicely, by the way. She's been very nice about it.
There's a couple points here. I think West Hollywood has always had a tradition of kind of just completely bright line rule, not embracing any religious celebrations. It's just sort of been part of the city's culture, I think, since incorporation, to just keep religious activities very separate. I think the law has sort of evolved over the years, and it's a very nuanced area of law. You want to be careful not to entangle government with religion. You want to be careful not to, for people to feel like they're not coerced into religion. You want to feel like the city isn't supporting some religions and not others. And so there's a lot that goes into a legal analysis about what's allowed, what's not. It depends where it's happening, who's sponsoring it, what they're saying, what's happening. Is it a tree lighting versus just a tree, on display in City Hall? So there's a lot of different factors, and there's a lot of different cities that explore different ways to handle it. And so if the direction is to come back with recommendations, we can come back with a formal report of recommendations. But there are some, First Amendment concerns that we want to avoid.
Yeah, and this was really exploration, understanding, is this something early enough for us to look at into in that way, to come back to us at another date when we start discussing holidays and everything else that we do. We actually already put up some stars and some Christmas trees along the boulevard, so we already are engaging in a number of these activities, maybe not in an official way. But Lauren, has anyone ever sued the city of Beverly Hills over their menorah lighting ceremony?
It's my understanding that they did have a lawsuit many years ago. I'm not terribly familiar what happened in the city, but there was one. And then there's one other point I want to make, is there's some differences between what is, a religious symbol versus what is a secular symbol. What is culturally significant versus what is an actual religious activity. So those are the kind of lines that we would want to look into and cross and report back to you if the council is.
And since we have our ice rink and our whole festival area there, I thought it was a prime area to look into these types of different explorations.
Vice Mayor Hang and then Councilmember Byers.
And I'm open to other things. I know that it says tree and menorah, but because we are a very inclusive city, I'm open to everything. And look, when the satanic worship temple people want to come on down, come on down. But, for the time being, I think we're opening, it's a great movie, and, I understand these things, but, I'm open to other interpretations for other cultural symbols in many ways.
We can certainly have harvest baskets to celebrate Kwanzaa as well.
Well,
so,
yeah.
I'm in support of this item. My colleague brought up the word holiday. In LA County, Christmas is an actual holiday. It's not a holiday in our city. So I think this is a good step in the right direction. Thank you.
Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. I have really appreciated the tradition the city has maintained since its outset of being radically inclusive and not recognizing any specific holiday. I think what we have done recently by bringing more of a winter wonderland spirit to the city, the ice rink being a key part of that, the decorations along the boulevard really being improved last year, the lights, it's a dark season. It gets really dark, and that's a feeling that brings us down in our spirits. It makes the day shorter and the nights longer, and therefore your experience in the city sometimes more challenging because it is dark. I think the city investing into light and the joy of the winter season itself is more of what we can lean into. But I don't think that leaning into any specific machination of a holiday or religious intent is what a government should be doing, frankly. I think the city, as it can be available to partnerships that are external, should the Chamber of Commerce, should any of the, there's opportunities there. But I do think we get into a really tough line, even in seeing it written here, we're leaving people out. And we risk too much of that. And so I think we can certainly, if you're open to interpretation of this, lean further into what it looks like to bring a winter spirit to the city, a Southern California region that doesn't get to see much snow. I think we can really lean into more of that winter wonderland joy. But I think we should really divert away and stay away from the specific holiday affiliations.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Byers that there are already opportunities for the city to participate in menorah lightings that are sponsored by actual religious organizations. Chabad of West Hollywood West does one at the Beverly Center. We have for a long time had one at the Gateway on the east side. And we as individual council members can attend and express our support and welcome people of different religious views, but I think having it city-sponsored is problematic because, one, the risk of lawsuits, and Beverly Hills was sued. This is many years ago. It was quite controversial because one of their council members was actually the president of the ACLU at the time and was in a fight with his fellow council members, and Beverly Hills initially lost, and then I think they came back many years later and tried to reconstitute this not as a religious symbol, but more as an education. And I think the second round they were successful. You mentioned, we need to be inclusive, and if people from the Satanic Temple want to come, I think that's exactly why we should stay out of this. And I think if they did come, members of our public would be upset about that. They might be fine with us having a Christmas tree or a menorah lighting, but they wouldn't be very happy if there was that kind of display in the public park that was somehow city-sponsored. So for one, for legal reasons, I think we should stay out of this. Number two, just from a policy standpoint, I think we need to maintain strict neutrality as an entity and as a government. We do have people of all different faiths in our community, and we want to make sure they all feel welcomed and appreciated. So I don't support this.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Byers and the mayor. There are private entities that do menorah lighting. I've been to several, and I think the Abbey has done tree lighting, and I've always appreciated the fact that we haven't done it here, and that way we are actually more inclusive because we're not excluding anyone by having those types of ceremonies.
Well, I'm thankful. I look forward to Three Spirits visiting the three of you this holiday season to really help you look at your ways. But I thought this was something that we should just settle once and for all, and I'm glad that we can do it. So we can just say this is a receive and file, and I think we probably can move on.
Councilmember or Vice Mayor Hang, you had.
I just want to make a quick comment. Those people do come to our city. They come to Pride. They have a whole section. They hold up signs that say, "God hates gays, burn in hell." So they're already here.
They are.
And they too should be visited by
But the city shouldn't be sponsoring their display. All right. Thank you.
The city attorney wins again.
All right. And then I think our last item is item F7. And we do have a number of speakers on this. Councilmember Erickson, do you want to give a
Yeah.
brief report,
No,
and then
I'm
we'll
happy to
hear
go to
from
the
the
public.
speakers?
This is something that's been done in other cities, and let me pull up the staff report, sorry. This is a policy I was looking into to develop a memorial sign program that includes obviously everything that we would need to adhere to our signage program, but understanding a lot of the traffic violence that continues to grow on our streets and what that means for how we can look at roadside memorial signage. And this came from the community, and I was looking into it more, and so something I proposed for the council.
All right. Why don't we hear from the public speakers who have been waiting for a long time, and then we will turn to council discussion. Our first speaker is Kevin Burton, to be followed by Helen Krieger, and then Brad Kiesler.
Kevin Burton, City of West Hollywood. I want to thank Councilmember Erickson for bringing this item. And the purpose of such memorial signs is for the community to show some sympathy for the families of those victims who have been killed in traffic collisions. That's the primary purpose of it. And the secondary purpose is to communicate to drivers how important it is to drive safely and carefully in order to avoid such losses. Several cities around the state do this already. There are state requirements about the signs. They have to be blue. It's an established procedure. Locally, as in the staff report, Pasadena and City of Los Angeles do this. Caltrans does this on state highways for people who have been killed by DUI drivers. Now, you might be thinking that, well, we're going to have a sign for every person who's killed, and we know there are far too many killed. Do you see signs all over the place? No, because there are a number of criteria that have to be met before these signs are ever erected. One is that they are initiated by the family, these memorial signs. So this is the city showing sympathy for the family. Two, there's a waiting period, so the family gets past their period of grief. Three, and this isn't mentioned in the staff report, some cities will have a time limit. The city of Paso Robles up in the Central Coast says after a few years they're taken down. So we think that this would be entirely appropriate. And I say, I'm a member of the Bicycle Coalition, and we believe this is an appropriate response to fatalities. Thank you.
Thank you. Helen Krieger, to be followed by Brad Kiesler.
I'm right before you, and then you.
I called Helen first, Brad, but if you don't mind, Helen, Brad, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
My
okay. You didn't
hearing
hear
not
me.
That great.
Go ahead, Brad.
I'm Brad Kiesler from West Hollywood, and I'd be in favor of the memorial signs. Trying to think of all the things involved. Like people always say, oh, it's too dangerous to bicycle, and if they see all these signs with, somebody was killed here, but Kevin says that we're not going to discourage. It's better to be reminded than to not be reminded that there are bicycles on the road. And memorial plaques are a good honor to the families and people. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. And Helen, thank you for your patience.
Yes, of course, and Councilmember Erickson, thank you for bringing this item forward. I am Helen Krieger. I'm a resident of West Hollywood, and I'm a commissioner, but I want to be clear that I'm speaking tonight as a member of the WeHo Bike Coalition. We clean up accidents so quickly here in West Hollywood that people often underestimate how many accidents and fatalities there are in traffic accidents. And I think we all have an incentive to want to become desensitized to it because we need to travel. And these fatalities happen whether you're driving, whether you're riding a bike, or whether you're walking. But when we do that, we miss opportunities maybe to make things better and make our streets safer. Traffic collisions with cars are the #1 cause of death for kids and young adults worldwide. And it's close to the #1 cause of death for kids and young adults in the United States as well. It's just behind gun violence. And in the US in 2024, which is the last year that we had statistics for this, there were over 39,000 fatalities from traffic collisions in the US, so that's 107 people dying every day in some kind of a traffic collision. And as I said, in West Hollywood, we've had fatalities whether you're walking, driving another car, or riding a bike. Cities of LA and Pasadena have implemented these, and these are simple, non-electronic signs that don't distract drivers, but provide information about who died and how they died. And I think that West Hollywood should investigate doing this as well. It's one of the ways that we can fight becoming desensitized to the traffic violence that we have so that we can start looking for some meaningful solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last speaker we have. Any discussion, any questions that people have? Yes, Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. Thank you all to the members of the public who came out and spoke. I know this has been an ask that's long been a part of the WeHo Bicycle Coalition's priorities, and it's exciting to see it on the agenda tonight. I really appreciate, especially Kevin Burton, sharing the different forms that the program looks. I hope that as should this move forward, which I'm supportive of doing so, that staff looks at the multitude of ways that different cities have done this, and also think about what a very West Hollywood way of doing this could look like as well. So thanks again, Councilmember Erickson, for bringing this forward, and thank you to the members of the public who've advocated for this. I think there's a way we can do this that really brings dignity to the lives lost, honors the families, who would be the only way that this would move forward. We wouldn't do this on behalf of anybody. It would only be at the bequest of a family member. And that this is, as it has been said, a meaningful way to ensure that we are not desensitized to the violence that we're experiencing daily. Thanks.
Other comments or discussion? Unfortunately, I'm going to vote no on this. I appreciate the sentiment. I don't think it actually does anything to slow drivers down. I appreciate the idea of honoring people who have lost their lives and allowing the family members to do that for a period of time. But I don't know that it is actually effective in any way in reducing speeds or reducing reckless driving. So I'm not going to support the item. Councilmember Meister.
No, I was just going to say I'd rather see signs that say slow down or, speed, speed changes or whatever. I think that would be more effective. I mean, I appreciate the intention, but I don't know that it makes sense, especially when our streets already have so much signage that people don't know half the time what our signs are saying. So.
Those are the permit parking signs,
Yeah,
I think, yes.
well,
All right,
that's
is there a motion? I see that there's a motion to adopt the recommendation. It's been seconded. Any further discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. And it is approved. Thank you. That completes our agenda tonight, except for any excluded there are no excluded comments or excluded consent calendar items. No additional public comments.
We had one individual, but they're no longer in chambers.
All right. I don't blame them. So we will move to council member comments and adjournment. Anyone want to start tonight?
Happy
Yes,
to
thank
begin.
you, Councilmember Baye.
Sure thing. I'll start with my attendance. There were many meetings these last 2 weeks. As I wrote this down, I remembered why I'm so tired tonight. I attended the Metro Service Council meeting and want to thank the entire Metro Service Council for the West Side Central region for their support and vote, sending a letter to the Metro Board on behalf of the K-Line Northern Extension and our preferred San Vicente Fairfax alignment. I attended the La Casa Board meeting and the Renter Protections and Homelessness Prevention Committee meeting. Really excited about the renter aid program that's coming online countywide, and we'll continue to share some updates about this as the program unfolds. I attended the Clean Power Alliance Lobby Day in Sacramento and the tour of the CAISO, which is the where the energy in our whole state is managed and moved. And it was a fascinating and exciting trip. Really grateful for that experience. And I also attended the League of California Cities Transportation, Communications, and Public Works Task Force, where we reviewed and updated many antiquated policy guidelines in better alignment with our priorities. And then finally, I attended my first meeting of the SCAG Regional Council and the CHD Policy Committee, which I've chosen to be on. My comments for tonight, first, tonight we passed the non-discrimination ordinance on its second read for non-nuclear families and polyamorous families. It's officially made official. Just want to thank this council again. Of course, our legal support for all the work to bring that forward. I'm already seeing tags and videos online and how much excitement there is across the community for how landmark that policy is here. And I'm really excited for Mayor Heilman's Part 2, the domestic partnerships item coming back in the months to come. I want to formally call out in ways that I regret not doing at the last meeting this Trump administration for launching us into this illegal war, endangering lives all around the globe, propelling our resources forward in such horrific ways. It's awful to see what is unfolding, and we all must be loud and bold in calling this out. I do not, for one, want to be sending another generation of young people into an unending war, but any action at the results of this administration is something that we have to call into question, and it is just completely horrific. So I'm sending so much love and support to folks whose families are directly in the line of fire, and for all of us to find our voice in calling out this illegal and unjust war. I want to just also note on our consent agenda tonight, we approved progress reports on many exciting programs that are underway in the city, our climate action plan, the housing element implementation, and capital projects. For me, especially as we enter a budget discussion in the weeks to come, resourcing ourselves well enough to see these many initiatives through is essential. I'm also thinking about that in the context of the work ahead when it comes to the K-Line extension. And with that, I'm thankful to our city manager for starting the meeting with some reminders and invitations for the public to join us. This week, Wednesday, the planning committee takes place at Metro. It'll be the first of 2 votes this month. And then next Thursday, the big one at the board meeting. We really encourage members of the public to come out. I think it's so fabulous the way our city is invested in public transportation resources to get folks downtown. I intend to be on that bus. It's going to be an amazing day, and looking forward to spending it all with you, all advocating for something our city has long championed, almost a decade of work now, and still so much more ahead, but a really exciting moment we're upon. So please join us for this big Metro vote. And lastly, I know it was discussed at council meetings past, but now that there are more videos online and more public call-outs, I want to continue to impress the importance, I feel, in updating and improving the green bike lanes that are out there. While the paint is certainly not a protection, and it is somewhat embarrassing even to see the way the congestion in places like the Rainbow District cause true stress and chaos and confusion and real safety threats to folks who are trying to ride their bicycle through. At the very least, we can make sure that that green paint is more visible and part of a standard that we continue to push in the city. So I just wanted to end tonight's meeting with that. Thanks everyone for all the work tonight. Really appreciate it.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you very much. I echo everything that my colleagues said over there. Green bike lanes, green bike lanes, green bike lanes. That video garnered significant amounts of attention, and I think every parked car that was in that bike lane should have been ticketed and towed. So any type of additional enforcement mechanisms, especially on the weekends in that area, would be critical. I actually saw a car almost hit a bicyclist who was trying to do everything he could to get out of the way on Friday night, trying to actually get into the green bike lane. So whatever we could do to have parking enforcement out there. I know it's not perfect, but we have to do something. Additionally, I attended a number of city events and city meetings, including the Clean Power Alliance Lobby Day in Sacramento with my colleague. It was incredible to see the work that we're doing to enhance our electric infrastructure grid. And actually, we met with the governor's office to work on a number of really important initiatives to bring down the cost of energy. And West Hollywood is fueled by the clean power work here that is a different alternative than SCE, and it's 99% of our city is run on the work that Clean Power is doing, so it's really incredible. Additionally, this horrific war that continues to go on is going to cast a generation that I'm still reeling from when I saw my friends go out to the Iraqi war. So I know that we stand with the people of Iran. I know we had a former colleague up here who would make sure that we would all be, I'm surprised she's not here yelling at us, but making sure that they know that we stand with the people in solidarity there for the regime that has been destroying their country, and finally now a president who is destroying the country here as a result of everything going on. So I want to say, I hope everyone has a peaceful rest of your week, because we all could use a little bit more joy in our world.
Vice Mayor Hang. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Meister. Sorry.
I know, I was so quiet.
I know.
So attendance, I've attended West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce 2026 annual member meeting and board installation, along with some of my colleagues. Also Plummer Park subcommittee meeting. We welcomed Women's Health Symposium and International Women's Day. I attended Elton John's Foundation after party with my sister Debbie. As far as events coming up, on March 25th at the Andaz from 6 to 8:30 is the 29th Annual Women in Leadership Awards and Reception. And everyone is welcome to that. And there's more information on the city calendar. And then Saturday, March 28th, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., the mayor and I are, and my sister Debbie Meister have organized a No Kings rally. And so we hope that all of you who are just had enough of the king will show up for a peaceful rally. And we're going to have a lot of the same speakers that we had at the first No Kings rally, so that'll be very exciting. They were all really great speakers, and look forward to seeing you there.
And now,
West Hollywood Park.
Now, Vice Mayor Hang.
Thank you, Mayor. I swore in Amy's V back to the Historic Preservation Commission. I also attended the WeHo Chamber annual meeting and board installation, the finance subcommittee meeting with our mayor. I attended the Elton John fundraiser yesterday, and I also attended the Women's Health Symposium that was organized by the WAB. And I want to thank my colleagues for supporting my harm reduction item, and also for supporting the public restrooms. I think those are two key things that we need here in our city to help out people that are in need. And I want to thank staff for all the work that you do, putting together a presentation that we simply say, just give us a short version. So that hard work is not lost on me. And of course, lastly, I want to say that I stand with the people of Iran. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I attended the budget subcommittee meeting. I also participated in a forum organized by the St. Joseph Center. It was a forum of West Side mayors talking about homelessness and what we are individually doing in our cities and what we are doing collectively. Participated in the West Hollywood Chamber Board installation event. I also participated in an event organized by Mayor Bass and her staff documenting the ICE raids in various communities and sharing information about what we individually as cities are doing and what we can do jointly. Participated in the kickoff to Pride press conference at KTLA, or press event at KTLA. I also participated in 2 awards events last night, the Elton John party, which was very successful, as well as the Nordic Oscar party at the Andaz Hotel. And I want to thank all of our staff, our public safety staff, our events staff, and our facilities staff, all who worked very hard to make sure that those events went off without a hitch. Also want to thank staff for their work a week before at the LA Marathon, making sure that the streets were closed and making sure that they got cleaned afterwards. And I want to congratulate all of the people who participated, especially the West Hollywood residents. I participated in the half marathon, and I did finish and get the medal. But other than that, it was a disaster with the heat out there. I wanted to respond to some of the comments that were made early. One comment by Mr. DeMille regarding homelessness. There is a homeless concern line that people can call when they identify or see somebody in need. We recently opened up the Holloway House for 20 individuals, and that is going well, and we'll have more report on that in the future. Anita Goswami asked about how we were going to fund our contribution for metro construction, and I think she didn't actually understand what that enhanced infrastructure financing district is. It's similar to what we had with redevelopment. So as properties increase in value, their assessed value will go up, and there will be a tax increment that is produced. The tax rate doesn't go up, the property tax rate doesn't go up, but as properties redevelop or increase in value, the city gets to capture that as part of that enhanced infrastructure financing district. And Anita, if you're watching, we would be glad to provide you with more information. That would be the primary source of funding for our contribution to Metro. And then Stephanie Harker asked about a security alert system. We encourage everyone to sign up for Nixle, but maybe our city manager and our public safety staff can give us a report at a later date as to what systems that we do have in place and how people can get alerts in the event that there is some kind of catastrophe, natural or otherwise. And then finally, I want to thank my colleague and her sister for organizing the No Kings Rally on March 28th, and I hope we'll see you all out there for that event. And if there are no further council member comments, we stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Experience, learning how to work together and being a part of a team.
All of the information is going to be located on our city's website, which is going to be weho.org/recreation.
Scott Froschauer. My piece is called The Word on the Street, and The Word on the Street encompasses a bunch of different street signs. So I fabricate signs to Department of Transportation